It's time. It's time. Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world. It's time to get down to the business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. Glad to be back here again with you all for another edition of the program that laid the foundation upon which all of your red pill, MGTOW, high value posers, alpha male wannabes, and all the others have stolen and ripped off everything that they'll be mutating, messing up, and trying to repeat next week. You will hear it all here tonight. Very glad to have you all with us as we begin tonight's discussion here. And I get a lot of questions, okay? I get a lot of questions, but there is one question that keeps coming up. And as we go through this, as we dissect it, and as I try to reduce it to a level that I believe, will really you'll really be able to gravitate to and latch on to. What I want to do here is I want to go into tonight's discussion about why it is that most women, not some, not half, most, the overwhelming majority of females will never get upgraded. Never in their lives. They will never get upgraded. They will never be with a producer. They'll never be under one. In the society today, most females basically are laying up with bums of various degrees, and basically there is a danger in that. When you are laying up with unaccomplished men that he lacks core competence, he lacks the ability to perform, he doesn't really have it, he just cute. As a woman, you're doing something stupid, you're messing up. And the problem with that is if you keep sleeping with him long enough, you are going to assimilate. His bumminess becomes your bumminess. And you start having the idea in your head that you all are going to comprise a cute, bummy couple. And it's all fun and games until eventually the bill comes due, and the bill always comes due. So what we're going to be doing here tonight is we're going to be discussing that part of it here about why most women will never get upgraded. And I wanted to deal with this because this it's not just about the women. I want you to understand this is really dealing holistically with the matter, as we always do. This is really dealing with it holistically. So I want you all to go ahead and strap in and hang on tight, because we're going to go ahead and address that. And number one reason, we're jumping right into it. The number one reason why females today will never get upgraded. Now, this one right here, this is the one I get so many questions about this. And yes, this program is going to stay on YouTube. I get so many questions about this, though, from females, especially in the bastard baby maker era. As I've told you all before, we live in an era where now, in this time, we have nothing but gameless females. The females are gameless. They're gameless. Not just game goofy, gameless. And you used to have a grandmama, she'd been somewhere, she's seen some things, and she could tell her daughters and her granddaughters, she could give them the game and get them hip to it. Today, these chicks today, they are as clueless as nuns in a convent. They are totally out of touch with the very world that they live in. Out of touch with the very world that they live in. They live in this world, but they are completely out of touch with how to elevate themselves in it. They're out of touch with how it works. They're out of touch with how the mechanisms work. They just know they want things, but they are completely incapable of being able to operate in the environment. So, rule number one, they have no competent mentors. There's literally no female in their family, in their extended family, or associated to the family. We're talking about friends of the family. No one that she can pick up a phone and call who is under the wing and under the management, and that is a key word there, under the management of a producer, under the management of a peak value man. They're not under the management of any man who can actually do anything for them. You just have a bunch of hard-working females getting up to go to work every day, but that's all you have. Nobody getting upgraded. Your mother is not a competent mentor. She's not capable of helping you. Your grandmother is not a competent mentor. She's not capable of helping you. Your aunts, your cousins, your teacher at your school, your guidance counselors. All the females today are devoid of game. There's no one able to give you competent mentoring. Nobody. That's just on the female side. Same thing exists over on the male side. You don't have a father in the home, and even if he were there, that nigga wasn't about nothing, so he doesn't have any game to give you. Your mother chose a guy who was cute and made her body tingle one evening while she was parading through her hoe phase, which may or may not have stopped in its 20s. But she never did attain the ultimate goal, which is to lock down a producer. And the guys she was sleeping with were not producers. They were just little fanboys to pass the time because she thought they were cute, or she thought they were exciting, or, well, I know he ain't got much going on, but he's the best I can do right now, so let me go ahead and just hang out and amuse myself. Or maybe he's the hookup for something else. Well, yeah, he ain't about nothing, but he can get me some weed. Yeah, well, he ain't about nothing, but he can give me a ride to the theme park or whatever. And that's what it becomes. It becomes that. You have males around you, but they can't improve your life. They can't do anything for you. But first and foremost, you have no competent mentors. You don't have anybody to tell you what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. And as I've traveled around the country, I am seeing more and more homeless couples now. I used to just see homeless men. Now I am seeing homeless couples now. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing homeless couples. I'm seeing them at freeway underpasses. I am seeing them on sidewalks. I am seeing homeless couples now. And what that tells me is that more women than ever are betting on the wrong horse. That's what that tells me. At this time, more than any other, more females today are betting on the wrong horse than at any time in our history. More females today, the little old clown ass dude who you got with because he was cute. I saw a fella at the gas station the other day. He was a little bummy homeless dude. Looked like Kurt Cobain if Kurt had lived to be about 60. And he had a guitar. He was at the gas station, sitting with all his earthly belongings, which you could fit in the backpack. He was dirty. He was grimy. Looked like he hadn't had a bath in a few months. But he had a guitar with him. He had a guitar. He had a guitar and he had a sign. And I was sitting there looking at him and I was like, I bet you this guy has kids or something. I bet you he does. I bet you he has not been single. I bet you that at one point in his life, he was able to bag some broads. I bet you that he is. I bet you that he is. I bet he is. I bet he was at some point. I bet you he was able to do that. I bet you when he was younger, I bet you there were females who thought he was cute. I bet there were. I bet there were females who thought he was cute. And if you were a female who at any time had invested yourself in him, think about that for a few moments. Where would you be now? Where would you be now if you were a female at that time who made the mistake of investing yourself in him? And there's plenty of them. You're aspiring rappers. You're aspiring actors. These dudes here who they put on the camouflage and they wear the uniform of where they aspire to go. Yeah, you can put on the uniform, but you're basically cosplaying. You don't actually have the ability to get there. All you really do is have the ability to dress up like where you wish you could go, but you don't actually have the ability to get there. So that is what you had. That is what you were dealing with. That is the level of competence that was going on. Next up here, got him backwards. Oh boy. Well, if you do not have rule number 1 executed properly, you will fall victim to number 2. Number 2 is you choose men who can't improve your life and choose men who excite you, hoping that he'll become motivated later. Ladies, the reason why you must have a competent mentor is that when you have a mother will teach you, girl, as females, we tend to be informed by our emotions, not by observation. And because of that, that can be used against you. Because biologically, you need a man who is able to produce and perform. But emotionally, you respond to a man who has certain physical cues or whatever the case may be. Just like with the boys, our job is when the boys become emotional. When a boy trips and falls and skins his knee, what do? We temper his emotions. Well, he wants to be emotional. He trips and falls. He skins his knee. He starts screaming. He starts wailing. He starts crying. Now, when he has competent mentors, what does a boy with competent mentors do? Do his competent mentors tell him to explore his emotions and go through his feelings and how did the knee scrape it? Would you like counseling for it? And should we pat you on your head? Can we make a documentary about the time you fell and skinned your knee? No, get your little ass up. No, we're not crying. We're not anything. At an early age, boys in a home and in a place where they have competent mentors immediately begin the process of disciplining their emotions, not stripping them of them, but making sure that he understands the emotions need to be put in their proper place. When a female has competent mentors, she receives the same training. Let me know when your high-value posers, MGTOW morons, red pill idiots, and the rest of them ever explain it to you like I just did. Does it make sense to you all now? This is not about robbing anyone of their emotions. It is about disciplining them. And we're supposed to have that process for both boys and girls. For the boys, we temper their emotions in one area so that they don't mess up their lives and become unuseful as men. For the girls, we do the same process with them. We teach them to temper their emotions also so that they do not become unuseful as women. Unuseful, undesired, unable to be used. So when a female can be informed by her emotions, but she must not be led by her emotions. And when the female is led by her emotions, then she's going to make simple decisions. Well, is he cute? Well, let me lay up with him. He cute. And that's the way they do it. When you have a grown woman in the home, she snatches you by the back of the neck and says, that is not the criterion that we use. At the end of the day, his prime function in your life is as protector and provider, as leader. So therefore, your primary concern is his ability to provide, not how cute he is, because a cute fella who can't provide is useless. I said every female knows that a cute fella who is unable to provide ultimately is useless. Mic drop. Now, the real thing is when you have a competent mentor, they teach you this before you go off and go wrap your legs around somebody and make stupid decisions and stupid mistakes. When you have competent mentors, they teach you this. They prevent you from doing dumb things. They help educate you so that you can learn from their mistakes, not from your own. When you don't have competent mentors, then you are told, well, if y'all feels in loves, then you gets together. This is what you do's. Okay. And a female is going to define loving somebody as, well, is he cute and sexually compatible? And if he's sexually compatible, then we'll work everything else out after that. I need a guy who is cute first. And if he's cute, well, don't worry, I'll get a job until he kicks things off. Now, did you notice what I just said there? Because females are informed by their emotions, but eventually biology and physics take over. She is going to need a man who can physically perform. He is going to have to be able to physically produce. So what she does is she makes an unspoken assumption. And one of these days, I'm going to do a program where I list all of the unspoken assumptions of the female psyche. But fellas and ladies, females have many unspoken assumptions about a man. The number one unspoken assumption is that his very presence will improve her life. Another unspoken assumption is that if I sleep with him long enough, then that will be leverage to get him to perform or make whatever changes that I want him to make. If I sleep with him long enough, I will have powers to transform him. Because a female assumes that, now I want you all to listen to me very carefully. A female assumes that every man out there innately has the ability to become a producer. Every female assumes this. Every female has the unspoken assumption that every man is able to become a producer simply by virtue of the fact that he's got 50% more muscle than she does, simply by the biological differences. That is it. That alone. The fact that he was born a male gives him the innate ability to become a producer. And that it doesn't really matter what man you pick. It really doesn't matter what man you choose. They are all equally capable. It doesn't matter if he's articulate. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter his family background. Understand, this is the way in which females think. They informed by their emotions. As far as they're concerned, they make the simple calculus that it doesn't matter where he comes from. Simply the fact that he is a male means that he is biologically endowed with abilities she doesn't have, and that among those abilities includes the ability to become a producer, the ability to become a high-income man. That comes standard with being a male. Now, this is an assumption that most females, they don't tell you this, but take a look at the way women treat you. A female assumes that you should be physically handy. A female assumes that if the car has a flat, you will be able to take care of it. A female assumes if the sink is clogged, you will be able to take care of it. A female assumes if an appliance is broken, you'll be able to fix it. A female assumes if something is wrong, you will be able to take care of it. And most of all, she assumes that if her life is in need of something, you will be able to take care of it, even with no prior discussion about your A, ability, or B, desire to do so. And what happens is in the modern age, females go off and get pregnant by an incompetent male first, and then trying to figure out if he can become competent second. They have their own self-serving reasons for going into it, and then they deal with the fallout later, or should I say they just get destroyed by the fallout, because the single most important decision that you will make in your life is the quality of the man that you choose. And the overwhelming majority of females today are making absolutely pitiful and pathetic decisions about the quality of the men that they choose. It is awful. It is awful. And they make it because they are making the assumption that he is just biologically wired and capable of being a producer, and that I don't have to do anything except maybe tap him on the shoulder one morning and let him know, hey, kick it into gear. But that's all I really have to do. I don't really have to do anything beyond that. Females assume that all males have the same level of competence and performance, and that is flat out false. Now, she needs it, don't get me wrong. You see, once a female makes a decision to commit her body to you, now she needs you to be that dude, even though she didn't properly vet you, which is why you have to have competent mentors so they can help you with the vetting process, because as a female, especially with no mentor, you're incapable of knowing what to look for. So understand, once she commits her body to you, yes, she's in the game now, because she needs you to be able to do all these things. She needs you to be able to perform. No ifs, ands, or buts. She needs this now. She needs it. And if you're not able to do it, she's screwed. She's in a bad situation. Because now she needs you to have those attributes. She needs you to have those abilities now, because she has committed herself to you. She had a choice between you and the other guy, and she made the wrong choice. She could choose between you and a real producer, and she chose the wrong one. Now she's gonna have to get you together. But here's where the fellas get mad. Now here's where the fellas get angry. And fellas, I know why a lot of you get mad. A lot of you are raised by single moms, and you're like, it's not fair. And you're saying it's not fair because these were things you were never taught. These were things you were never told. These were things that you were never informed about. You were never given those tool sets. You didn't have proper mentors yourself. And because you didn't have proper mentors yourself, I'm making some audio adjustments here. Because you didn't have proper mentors yourself, you have found yourself incapable of producing. Now, a female, understand guys, just like we assume, hey, ladies, don't come to us expecting us to teach you femininity. That was something your mama and your daddy were supposed to do. Fellas, a female does not believe that she's supposed to teach you how to perform. Far as she's concerned, that was what your mama and your daddy were supposed to do. She's just here to tell you whether or not it worked out or not. If it did, she'll be happy. But if it didn't, she's here to punish you because you cannot perform. Fellas, understand, if you want to know the thin line between love and hate, be a fella who got a female, you bagged her, and then you failed to upgrade her life. She is not just disappointed, she is angry and vindictive now. Why? Because she doesn't get a do-over. Those years that you've gotten from her, she doesn't get to go back and redo that. She doesn't get to go do it over again. The guy that she passed over to get with you, she doesn't get to go back to him. Or if she does, how the hell is she going to go to him with your bastard kids in tow? Or if she divorces you, how appealing is she now? She gets one shot. She gets one shot. And if you fail to be what she needs with the one shot she was given, she's not gonna blame herself. Oh boy. Did I really just say that? Yes, I really just said it. She's not gonna blame herself. She is not gonna look in the mirror and first and foremost say, okay, I got to hold this L. This is really a product of my incompetence. She's not gonna do that. That isn't what she's going to do. She is going to blame you. She is going to blame you, and she is going to punish you. That's what she's going to do. But she is not going to punish herself. She is going to say that it is your fault. She is going to say that she was providing you sexual access and that should have kicked you into gear, and that it's not her job to get you to perform. That is what she's going to say. That's not my job. That's your job. All I have to do is bring the sex. You're supposed to bring everything else. You're supposed to bring performance. You're supposed to bring intellect. You're supposed to bring competence. You're supposed to bring survivability. You're supposed to bring reliability. I'm not supposed to do that. And if you have deceived me into squandering my opportunity, and she was never deceived, but if you, in her mind, she's going to treat it that way, that somehow it's your fault. And if she doesn't get what she wants, then now she's going to, if she does stick around, it will only be to punish you. That's why so many fellas out there, when the money gets low and whatnot, you're like, oh, she left this, that, and the other. Far as she's concerned, you have failed to uphold your end of the bargain. And the day you found out she was cheating, well, that was just the day you found out. In reality, she had started walking away a long time before that. And if she has the opportunity to jump ship to a better horse, she's going to go for it if one is available. But this all stems from the fact that they make the assumption that if all males are born with the same level of competence and ability to perform, and that all she's got to do is just sit back and you will bring it to her at some point. And when that proves to be wrong, now she's going to punish you. Next, we come to rule number 3. Why it is that women today, the majority of you, most of you, will never be upgraded. Number 3, you are set in your ways and you are either too mouthy or too old to be coachable. Now, there's a reason why I made a distinction between those two. I made a distinction between being too mouthy versus being too old. I made that distinction for a reason, because I want you to understand what that is. Are y'all sharing this program right now? I know. YouTube prefers to propagate and promote the frauds and fakers because, like so many other things right now, including public health, they are dedicated to making sure that things don't go properly. But I want you all to go ahead and take care of that there. If you want folk to get the real and understand how it's really happening here, go ahead and make sure you share this program. Make sure you share this. We're keeping this on YouTube so that folk can actually understand all the things they've been miseducated about. Number 3 on here, ladies, you can forget about being upgraded after you get set in your ways, because you have to sell us. If you're talking to a man who's a producer, you got to sell us on the idea that you should be upgraded. You have to sell us. We don't have to sell you on the idea. You got to sell us on it. For the simple fact that we are the ones who are going to be doing the investing, and we are the ones who are going to be dispensing with the resources. So Basically, you are going to have to sell us on the idea that you should be upgraded. You have to sell us on that. But do not expect us to make that investment when you make it very clear that you are not a good investment. And when you become set in your ways, and that can either be because you are too much of a problem, and that doesn't matter what your age is, or you're too old. That is, we can invest in you, but what will be the return on investment? There's no such thing as a 40-year-old dime. There's no such thing as a 50-year-old dime. There simply just isn't. There simply just isn't. There's no such thing as a 50-year-old dime. There ain't. This isn't something that you can debate or argue with us over. It's not there. So you see, if you get too old, you might be wearing the hell out them jeans, but you're wearing the hell out them jeans as a 50-year-old, as a 40-year-old. So what we're saying is there's only a certain amount as a 30-year-old, there's only a certain amount of return on that investment that we're going to receive. How much of a return on investment are you going to receive out of 45-year-old booty cheeks? What's the return on that as opposed to a 25-year-old? What type of return are you going to get? You see, the females can become out of touch with this, but ladies, understand, the men that you want, the men who can actually finance your life for you, he never gets out of touch with that. He got where he is because he has analyzed cost benefit ratio analysis. You're not going to come along and get him to change that. He's going to say, okay, here's what I'm going to put into this, and this is what it will cost me. Now, what will the benefit be? And if you allow yourself to age out and get too old, next thing you know, just understand that is going to seriously impact the ability to invest in you. So that is what I mean when I say if you're set in your ways, because even a young female can become that now. She can be a young female, but she can be young and mouthy. She can be young and insolent. She can be young and insubordinate. So she doesn't have to be an older female to be a disciplinary problem. But ladies, if you're too mouthy, you're a disciplinary problem. You see, when you are in the process of being upgraded, you're supposed to be a student of the game. It is the man who takes you through the process of being mentored. Why? Because your mama and your daddy didn't have it. So if you are lucky enough to be able to get with a man in your adult years who has that capability, then what you do is sit back and all you do is shut up and take notes. That's what you do, because you need what he has, not the other way around. You need what he has. But if you are arrogant and telling yourself that you know it all and that he needs to respect your feelings, ladies, men don't respect your feelings. They respect your knowledge and your abilities. Nobody, just like you don't respect our feelings, guess what? We don't respect your feelings. Women don't respect men's feelings. Before anybody tries to sit up here and get angry about that, ladies, the bottom line is you don't respect our feelings. Women don't respect men's feelings. She expects you to produce. She doesn't give a damn what happened or why you can't. She doesn't care about your issues about that. A woman at the end of the day is most concerned about, did you get the job done? She doesn't care about your feelings. Ladies, guess what? At the end of the day, we'll pat your hand for a moment, but don't believe that your feelings are going to absolve you of the requirement to perform. In this case, to listen. We're not here to hear you talk about why you feel some kind of way. You're here to get the job done. If you are a candidate given an opportunity, you have to do that. That is what you have to do. And if you are not, oh well, this is going to end a different way also. But if you are young and mouthy, now you see what happens, a lot of you and raised in single mother homes, you were raised by a woman who did not discipline you. And it's one thing when you were in the classroom and you were disruptive, or you were in the public school classroom and you weren't paying attention. That was one thing. But you're out here in the real world now, and you're expecting a man to take care of you. And you are bringing all of the disciplinary problems that you had in grade school. Now you're bringing it to him. We deal with that differently over here. You see, in grade school, they give you an F on a report card. In the real world, we leave you where you are as you watch the years fall off the calendar. That's the failing grade in the real world. In grade school, you were given a chance to repeat a grade. You don't get to repeat years out here. What you use wisely, you get to keep. What you squander, you lose. And you get to spend the rest of your days lamenting what you've lost, but you don't get a do-over. You don't. So they may have coddled you and placated you in school, but welcome to the real world. So when you are too mouthy, no matter what your age is, you're not coachable. And if you become too old, it might not be a viable option, because the young chicks who are too mouthy, now this is why the two are connected. The real issue is that if she was too mouthy when she was younger, she was probably doing it because she felt, well, don't worry, this body is so banging and it ain't never gonna get off. I told you all about that before. Females believe that they're gonna just ride this thing until the wheels fall off, and that at the very last second, like a scene from an action movie, they're gonna just jump from this moving train and hop off of it, and at the very last second they are going to swing out into the air and grab hold of a producer. They've sucked every last bit of excitement and thrill from the ride, and right when they get ready to, that they'll get some sort of warning that the ride is coming to an end, and just at the last moment they're gonna leap out there and grab that last producer, even though she doesn't really want him because she really wants excitement. I'll just pretend I do, and then I will play the role of the trophy wife going from here on in. They all have this fantasy they can do like Ciara. They all have this fantasy. Problem, you ain't Ciara. But they have this fantasy that that's the strategy they'll use. But they are determined to suck every drop of excitement out of this thing before they have to give up their time, rather than using that time as their capital to get as much as they possibly can off the table. So the chick who was too mouthy, see, men will accept you being mouthy in your 20s. We will accept that. Men will. And the reason that we will is not because we're dumb or we're stupid. The reason that we will is because when you're in your early 20s, we know, well, I mean, you really don't know nothing and you really haven't accomplished anything. So you can afford to run your mouth because it's inconsequential. We expect you still haven't fully matured, so we expect you to be, immature. But once you pass a certain age, we ain't got no patience for somebody who is like, all right, heifer, you about 23 years old now. You need to be knowing better. See, it's one thing when you're 18, 19, we're like, okay, we just dismissed you out of hand. 20, 21, we dismiss you out of hand. It's like, look, you don't know nothing. You can't even snot straight. You don't know anything. So we're just like, whatever, she just talking. When you get 23, 24, it's like, all right now, better watch that lip over there. All right now. Once you get 25, it's like, okay, the ride is officially coming to an end. We don't have any more tolerance for what we had out of you 5 years prior. We don't have any tolerance anymore. We don't see you as a kid anymore. It's like, okay, you are way too old now. You've had plenty of time. Way too old. So just understand how it really works. And the young females who are too mouthy, she might believe she can just sit there and hang in there and juice this thing all she wants to. But ladies, the longer you play the field, you're getting older every day. And just like if you're too mouthy, you can't be coached. If you think that you're going to be mouthy during your prime years, and then when being mouthy doesn't get you anything, that you will wait until you're older and then, okay, I'm going to be a model citizen now. Don't worry, I'll correct the mouthy part by being a model citizen now. Well, the problem is you're not eligible. You're not eligible. You're not eligible. That's the problem. You might be ready to go ahead and do that, but the fellas aren't willing to do that. They're not looking for that. The real thing is you want to prove that you are their prime option. That is what you will need to do. You are going to have to prove to them that you are their best option. But when you are young and mouthy, then these lessons will fall on deaf ears. So a man's going to be committing time and resources, and that's going to be a problem for us. So if you are women tend to believe that they're just going to stay young forever. When they have proper mentors, they teach them, baby, you have a very short window here. You have to get it together to be able to be viable. You have to get it together in order to be able to be viable, because if you don't, that's it. You get one shot at it. So you can do dumb things. You can do dumb things. You have every option to go ahead and do that. But that's going to be problematic for you. That's going to be problematic. So ladies, these are the three major factors for why most of you, 95% of you, can see yourself in these things. And that is not so much all three. Any one of these three can disqualify you. Any one of these three is the core cause of all the other situations you got into. You don't have to be a hood rat to not be able to be upgraded. I know a number of females. They are nice females. They don't have any kids. You know, they don't have any kids. They don't have any STDs. They don't have, they're not really necessarily disciplinary problems, but they tend to be basic. And just understand something. A man's not going to pour a ton of resources to upgrade that which cannot be upgraded. If you can be a basic female when he meets you, but there have to be the tools. You have to have the core tools in place there for him to be able to transform you into more. That's what you have to be able to do. And if you're just a basic chick and all you can ever be is a basic chick, that's going to be a problem. You cannot just be a basic chick and think that's going to get you by. It really, really isn't. It doesn't matter how bad of a broad you built. It doesn't matter how nice you look. At the end of the day, if you're just basic, we got to put you in a basic category. If all you can handle is the kiddie ride, we're not going to sit up here and put you at an advanced level. That's it. If you are monosyllabic, don't expect to get anything beyond that. That's just the way it's going to be. So ladies, these are the three primary reasons why it is that most of you are not able to be upgraded. All right. Now that we've told you what the problem is, of course, we are the only place that can actually define for you in simple, practical, and here's the key word, actionable terms. We are the only place that actually gives you all, I don't want to say solutions, but I certainly provide you with direct answers. Rollo Tomasi is running around now because we pointed out that he's not actually isn't actually able to tell guys what to do. He is now going around and saying, well, I don't have the answers. The red pill is a praxology. Folks, the black book, which is what we do here. We don't do the red pill. We do the black book. The black book is not a praxology. The black book is a methodology. Second mic drop. The black book is not a psychology nor a praxology. It is a methodology. We explain to you how to get concrete, tangible results. We don't just sit up here and talk forever about what the problem is. We actually tell you how to get concrete results. And by the way, if you are a clown out there buying books and listening to people tell you, let me explain to you what the problem is, and then they're sitting up here talking about menstrual cycles and the cycles of the moon and whatnot, it's like, okay, well, if you yourself are simple-minded, naive enough to fall for that, all right, go ahead. Meanwhile, the folks over here will be getting actual results because we actually talk about methods, not praxology. All right. So what you're really wanting to find out here is, all right, what do I do here? Now, the number one thing that I get told here comes back to what I just gave you here as rule number one. The biggest problem that the females have today is that they don't have competent mentors. So it's very easy to talk about what they don't know when they've literally got nobody they can talk to and nobody they can ask and nowhere to go, and they don't know where to begin to get it. So what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to make this really, really simple for you, and I'm going to break this down into a very elementary formula that you will be able to use for the rest of your life, and not just use it for the rest of your life, but be able to educate other people with as well. All you have to do is be listening to it here. All right, rule number one here is about you have no competent mentors. Well, if you've got nobody you can talk to, nobody you can deal with, nobody you can ask, what in the world do you do? Ladies, I want you to pay attention, and fellas, by extension, I want you to pay attention so that you understand what the ladies' expectations are. Figured I would start like this. First of all, ladies, become an intern of a producer. Now, what does that mean? Now, some of your high-value posers took this a while ago and completely messed it up out of the gate. They were very poor at being able to try to rewrite what I said and try to remix it. But they tried a long time ago to articulate this themselves and failed right out of the gate. So it falls to me to come back to revisit this. I've talked about this years and years and years ago, but it's a good time for us to review it now. Ladies, first and foremost, you need to become an intern of a producer. If your mother doesn't know, and your father doesn't know, and if your kinfolk don't know, what you need to do is you need to basically focus on, look, how can I get in the same room with a producer? That's job number one. Just how can I get in the same room so I can ear hustle, so I can eye hustle? How do I get there? That is job number one. If you'll all remember the movie Malcolm X with Denzel Washington, if you hadn't seen it, you need to. One of my favorite parts of the film, because I was coming of age at that time and I understood it. Malcolm, in the movie, the way it was written and whatnot, Malcolm was working for West Indian. Well, wasn't working for West Indian Archie, but, he was he was slanging a little dope, but he wasn't really making nothing big out of him and whatnot. And one of the local big time hustlers was West Indian Archie. So he had heard about West Indian Archie, and West Indian Archie comes up with his boys, and they let them know, man, look here, you out here flipping these pennies, and, This isn't really what the business is. And so they like, you need to get your weight up. If you're going to be on these streets, you need to get your weight up is what you need to do. So if you'll remember, there was a scene where after West Indian Archie lets him know, man, when Malcolm talking about, oh, don't worry, I'm going to be all right, and I can deal with the courts and the white folk. He said, man, when they ready to come get your black ass, they coming to get your black ass. That's what they going to do. And if you'll remember, when Archie gets up to walk out, he gets up to leave, so I got to go. And he says, I got to go. I got some business to take care of. Now, y'all know the universal black man's response. I got some business to handle. Universal black man's response. But you'll remember what in the film Malcolm says to him. He says, let me make that run with you. Remember that? He's there with West Indian Archie, and West Indian Archie tell him, I got some things to go handle. And Malcolm says, let me make that run with you. That's how you know a movie was written by a black man. A movie was written by somebody who understands how you get upgraded and how you elevate. He wasn't friends with West Indian Archie. They wasn't longtime buddies. They weren't lifelong pals. But he was in the same room. And when he saw an opportunity, he had already shown he could produce at a low level and whatnot, but he let Archie know, hey, I'm down to be on the team. He didn't ask what can I do. He just whatever it is you need. Whatever it is. And of course Archie at that point is like, ease up. Ain't got nothing for you right this moment, but we'll be in touch. And that's the way it is. It's like, okay, well, all right, we got to check your credentials. We got to check your paperwork. Well, you don't just run up and hop in the car with us. That ain't the way it works. It's not going to be that way. But, all right, that's it. Just understand, you threw the kite out there. You went ahead and you dropped the line out there and let him know that you're available. It's like, okay, if something come up, I'm gonna be in touch. If some come up, we'll be in touch. And that's the way you do it. That is the way that you get it done. I don't know what you need, sir, but whatever it is you need, stop me if any of this sounds familiar to what I've been telling you all now for months and years. Your job is to, yes, I know Donovan Dole is over there using this line now. Yes, I know. Your job is to demonstrate that you are his best option. Best option for what? Best option for everything. That is your job. Ladies, if you really want to know how to make that happen, your job is to demonstrate that you are his best option. You can call it a do-boy or whatever, but the bottom line is if you don't move in those circles, when you gain proximity to a producer, just let it be known. And if he sees that the tools are in place, that's going to be it. But just understand you got competition. Well, Jason, what do you mean by understand you got competition? Ladies, let me just go ahead and tell it to you just like it is here. You can be willing, but if you ain't qualified, just because you are willing to offer doesn't mean that you are qualified. Just because you want it does not mean that you are the ideal candidate. And when you are dealing with producers, yeah, he might be prospecting for interns. We always have an opening, but just because you want to be an intern doesn't mean that you have brought us a proper candidate. You can't just come to us any old kind of way and figure that, well, I offered. No. A non-viable option is not an offer. It isn't. It's a waste of time. A non-viable option is not an offer. A non-viable option is a waste of time. And we ain't gonna play no games about it. So you can do that, but just understand, if you are not a viable option, we ain't got nothing for you. And that's really what it is. That really is what it is. So, ladies, before you get it twisted, you can't just run up on us talking about, well, hey, Mr. Black, let me make that run with you. I'm like, oh, well, ease up. Are you? Let me take a look here. Are you prepared to? Are you the right candidate? Because even interns have to qualify. Interns can't just be willing. Interns have to qualify. You got competition. You see your damn competition. Interns have to qualify. It is your job to beat the competition. It's not my job to give you nothing. This ain't a charity. It is your job to beat your competition. That's what you have to do. So, ladies, if you want to know the first step to getting mentors to upgrade you, if you really want to know what the first step is to that, how do I find a mentor to upgrade me? First and foremost, you need to hit the ground with the idea of becoming an intern to a producer. You have to approach it from that standpoint. Your goal is not to get him. Your goal is to get in the room. You want to be somebody that he knows, somebody that he's comfortable being in the room with. Because you got to understand, we exclude people. We don't just bring a whole bunch of folk around us. Producers have small circles of people, contrary to what some of your high value posers told you. Producers have small circles of people. We don't just let any old body around. That's not the way it works. So if you can just get in the room, you need to treat that like gold. You need to treat that as the precious material it is. Can I just be in the room? Because you see, understand something. In the chat room, a man, Datorian Play, he said, can you run and get my sandwich? Let me explain something, dude. He just dropped game for you. Let me just tell you something. He just dropped game for you. You know why? Because you gonna go to Chipotle and get me something. I'm able to change your life. You can do something for me that is of convenience, but baby, you can't change my life. I can change your life. So if you are useful, yeah, go run and get me this right here. But I can, what are you going to do in exchange? Well, in exchange, I can change your life. I can change everything about it. Why would you be here otherwise? You see, you got to convince me. I don't have to convince you to go get me something to pick me up. I don't have to convince you of that. I can call Uber Eats. I don't have to convince you of that. You do have to convince me to change your life. Now that you do have to do. In the chat room, they said, did it with the cheesecake. You're damn right. I went to that place too, by the way, over there in Brooklyn. I went to it. It's not bad. Not bad. Parking is hell. Coming off the Brooklyn Bridge and you try to park in front of the place. Parking is hell. I wouldn't suggest trying it during the day, let me tell you, but I went to that place. It's not bad. Not bad. But ladies, understand something. It's your job to get his attention. It's your job to show that you are useful for what he wants. It is not his job to convince you that of anything. That's not his job. That is yours. He's the one who is offering life-changing. You're the one trying to qualify. You're the one trying to qualify. So enter the arena with the idea of like, because y'all black women are very, very good for getting jobs. Females are very, very good for chasing jobs. Well, ladies, I'm going to help you with a new skill here. The enthusiasm with which you chase employment. Maybe when you start talking about, okay, how can I get somebody to upgrade me? Start looking at being looking at being an intern. Because you damn sure know how to get these white folk to make you an intern at their businesses. So you should take a look at, well, if you can do that with them, why can you not do that with this man? You can if you approach it from that standpoint, but it doesn't help if you don't see it as valuable. If you think that having a job with these other people is as valuable as being a producer's woman, all right, well, there you go. There you go. So that kind of explains why you have employment, but you don't have a producer. Just thought I would point it out to you. Just thought I'd point it out. I'm going to say something else right here that's really going to bother you. But, ladies, side chicks understand how to become interns.
Oh man, did I really just say that? Oh boy, did I really just say that? Oh man.
Let me check around and see if anybody's sneaking up on me. It could get rough around here in a minute. I don't know. Let me look around and see. Ladies, if we're going to keep it 100, when you're talking about producers, side chick is just another word for intern. Oh boy, did I really just say that? Yes, ladies, side chick is just another term for intern. You are getting paid full benefits at the position that you are at. She is looking to get hired. And she wants to demonstrate to the man that that she is a worthy investment. You can call them jump offs, you can call them side chicks, you can call them whatever you want to. The bottom line is she is interning. She is trying to get an intern position. Is what she's trying to do. She's just saying, can I qualify to be an intern? Can I qualify to be an intern over here? Now, why is it so important? Why is it so essential? I've just given you the first drop of game here so that you understand what the first thing is. You focus on becoming an intern to a producer. That's you can be hard there, because the first thing you're going to tell me about is about what you don't want to do. Ladies, you are free to do whatever you want to do in this world, including fail. You are free to do all of these things. You are free to have your personal pet peeves. You are free to have your personal affectations. You are free to have your personal preferences. You are free to do all of those things. You sure are. You absolutely are. And I also want you to understand that you are also free to suffer the consequences, whatever those may be. So choose carefully. Choose carefully. But by all means, anything you don't want to do, you don't have to do it. There's somebody else who will. I just thought I would remind you that anything you don't want to do, that's fine. Just keep aware that there's somebody else who will. Just thought I would point it out to you. So, while you're sitting up here trying to figure out, well, let me see if I can get somebody to bend for me. Ladies, your job, if you want to really pick the locks and crack the code, your job is to figure out everything he wants and be his best option. It is not figure out what he wants and then try to tell him what you're not going to do. Because the manner in which a woman gets a man to truly invest is he invests his time. A woman invests her body, a man invests his time. And your job is to get this man to allow you the maximum number of minutes in the room. Anybody who has done sales, you understand that when you're dealing with a high-powered client, oh boy, now here's Fortune 500 stuff here. In business schools, they usually charge you thousands of dollars for what I'm about to tell you. People, when you're dealing with a high-value client, what you do is you're really worried about the number of minutes you can get. If the client has given you 15 minutes, you know that you've closed the sale as soon as the clock goes past 25 minutes. As soon as I see that clock go past 25, if they've given me 15 minutes and I see that clock go past 25, I got them. At this point right here, it's my sale to lose. But I've got them. Because if I wasn't doing a good job and if they weren't interested, they would have wrapped this. I would have never gotten to 15 minutes. If I was already failing, I never would have gotten to 15 minutes. If they give me 15 minutes of their time, if I'm still on the phone with them 10 minutes beyond that time frame, I've got them. I've got them. Because I know if I wasn't getting the job done, they would have stopped me at 5 or 10 minutes. They wouldn't have let me get 15 minutes. They would have already shut it down because their time is too valuable. So your goal isn't to get him to buy you a house, a car, or anything else. Your goal is to simply, in the beginning, your goal is to simply get him to extend you his time. That is his most valuable commodity. He is painfully, ruthlessly aware of the value of his time. And if you are able to convince him to extend his time to you, then understand you are already racking up value in his eyes. If you demonstrate that you are a worthy use of his time, you are already racking up value. That's where you really want to be. So stop focusing on getting folk in the bed. Stop focusing on getting them to spend money. Stop focusing on getting them to spend cars. You all are not able to get that far because you're unable to get the first part taken care of. In a book that I've told you all about here for years now, How I Raised Myself from Failure to Success at Selling by Frank Betcher, he was talking about the fact that one of his friends had told him about the monkey ball when you're trying to dock a ship to the shore and whatnot. And they don't really just drop the chain. They have like a ball with a metal wire on it that goes up to the chain. So you don't try to bring the chain down first. You get they call it the monkey ball. You get the monkey ball down first, which has the cable that's attached to the chain. So the point he was really trying to make is that you're trying to focus on the end result. In reality, you need to be focused on the first step that gets you to the end result instead of trying to hop forward to the end. Focus on perfecting your ability to get the monkey ball and you'll always get the chain. Focus on your ability to get his time. Just get him to accept you being in the room with him. Let me give you another analogy that you all will be able to understand here. In the mafia, I said it. In the mafia, you got folks in the neighborhood. But when you're dealing with organized crime, they're like, we ain't just flipping a few packets here. We moving hundreds of millions and billions. So that's the level we at. But you got kids in the neighborhood. You got young men in the neighborhood. They might be doing a few things. They might not. You know who's getting things done. You know who's out here moving around. You know folks who are doing stuff and moving around. All right. But then you got, your prospects. Now, in the mafia, what they call them are associates. So you might be some local tough guys, but basically you are professional criminals. That's what you do. You don't hold a job. You're professional criminals. In the biker world, they call them prospects. But I don't really want to get to the prospect area yet because a prospect is somebody who is already demonstrating that there's somebody that you're looking at to make official. But when it comes to the mafia, you can be an associate. Now, you're not even a made man and you're not part of a crew. Now, there's another thing to understand. The made guys are the guys at the top, but then they have guys who are members of their crew. Now, you can be in a crew and not be a made member. But you're not going to be a member of a crew if you're not an associate. You got to be somebody they associate with. You got to be somebody that's like, we know who he is. And he might not be in the crew, but if we need a little something, he might be somebody we call and find out, hey, do you know XYZ? So the first thing you work on is, okay, I can't be you don't just walk up to these folk and talk about, make me a made man. It's like, no, you got to earn them stripes. And the way in which you earn it is you demonstrate that you're somebody they can call on. So first you have to be the best associate you can be. You have to be resourceful at that associate level. Okay, but what do the associates want to do? The associates are like, whatever you need. It don't matter what it is. See, that's where you start the practice of take this sack across the street. Don't open it. Don't look in it. You saw the movie The Departed and whatever. That's from real life. If you want to be in the life, what do they do with you as a kid? First thing we're going to do is give you a small task. Take this sack across the street. Do not open it. Do not look at it. Do not damage it. And don't ask what it is. Your only thing you do is you take this up the street, give it to this man. He waiting on you. That's it. Now, the reason why they chose young kids is because, of course, they were not subject to the same penalties that adults would be subject to. So that was the reason why they would like kids to do that. But if you were a minor, if you were an R, as a matter of fact, because it's still ongoing to this day, you're a minor, you can run some things. The Mexican mafia still does it to this day, the Italian mafia to a lesser extent. But that if you're trying to be in and you have a certain age and whatnot, you want to be about that life, we got ways we can put that to use and check out and see what you're made of. We're going to give you something simple to do. No, you ain't shot calling. No, you're here to demonstrate you can be useful. Here, you take this sack up the street. Here, you take this bag over there. Here, you go run this over there and whatnot. You let me know when you got that done. The man's waiting on you. And that's it. So we find out it's like, okay, you done run a few packets and whatnot. It's a few things. You might be standing around for weeks or months. Let me say that again. You might be standing around for weeks or months before we ever ask you to do anything. So that's the part right there. If you start walking around feeling entitled, it don't work that way. You might be sitting around for weeks or months before we give you a job to do. You might be sitting around for a long ass time before we give you the ring. Yeah, you might be the last person on the list that we call. Ladies, you want to be on the list. Stop trying to figure out how to get to the top of the list. You want to be on the list. So if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. When we ring you, when we give you that call, we're gonna wait. We've been waiting all this time to see. It's like, okay, you on the list. Do you know how hard it is to get on the list? If we give you the call, then you need to be ready. Especially if you were at the bottom of the list, because what that means is we knocked off a whole bunch of other folk to get down to you. You can be next or you can be last, whichever you choose. But let's just understand something here. You want to be on the list. Focus on that. And you might be sitting around for a minute before we give you the call. But when the call comes, be ready. Be ready for what? Ready for anything. And generally what we're going to do, we're going to start you off small, give you some small things to do. See if you can keep your mouth shut. See if you got some of those basic core competencies. Can you be quiet? Can you listen? Can you execute simple things? And then we will gradually move it up from there. Do you avoid dumb mistakes? Now, that is the biggest single issue that messes up most females today. Is they can't avoid dumb mistakes, stupid mistakes, unforced errors. If you want to know the reason why he called one chick back and didn't call you, it's probably because she had a pretty good record of being able to avoid unforced errors. She didn't make a lot of dumb mistakes. Ladies, monitor the number of times that a man has to repeat something to you when you're an intern, because you are either qualifying or disqualifying yourself. But pay careful attention to how many times he has to repeat himself to you, because I guarantee you he's keeping track of it. Remember, his time is his most important asset. And if he has to spend it going over and over the same damn thing again, just understand he's already switching gears and looking for another candidate. It's taken too long and expending too much energy and resources, his time. He's expending too much of it on you. You're not an efficient use of it. It is your job to demonstrate that you are his best option and the most efficient use of his time, not his. He's not here to give you charity. It is your job to show him one and done. You say it, it gets done. Just understand that that's how you become his prime operative. When he knows, if I say do this, it gets done. So first we're going to start you with the sack and see if you can run this down the street. Next we're going to move you up to a message. I ain't going to write this down. I need you to send this message over here. I need you to say it to him just like I'm saying it to you now. Let's see if that gets done right. Or if you go change what I said. I didn't ask you to change it. I didn't ask you to ad lib it. I didn't ask you to try to summarize it. I gave you a message. You give them the word just the way the word was given to you. If you are unwilling or unable to do this, I gotta get somebody else for it. So when the word comes to you, it's your job to demonstrate that you can execute. Now, if there's another chick who can move the messages the way I give it, and she's better at it, guess what? She might not look quite as good as you. Okay. Well, okay. If let that be your consolation. Let that be your consolation. If you think you're going to get a pass for it. If you think you are. But ladies, just like the wise guys in the neighborhood, the associates in the neighborhood, they looking to get on. So sometimes you got to sit outside the restaurant. You got to sit at the club and whatnot. Your job is to hang out with them. That's your job. Your job is to become a familiar face. You can't join the mafia and not be a familiar face. You got to be a familiar face. You got to be somebody who we've seen you around. And then if we allow you to stick around, then you can let them know you're available. But that's the way, those are the steps in which you move. So if you've got access, yeah, you can go ahead and do like Denzel and drop that hint that, hey, if there's any work need to be done, holla at me. And by the way, don't send that message if you are not the prime candidate. Don't do it. I'm just telling you right now, do not send that message if you are not the prime candidate. If you are not ready, it ain't gonna work. You will not be able to conceal it or camouflage it. If you're not the prime candidate, do not send that message. Don't do it. You're only going to get one chance to get his attention. And if you just demonstrate that you just don't have a clue of what the candidate needs, your willingness to be an intern is not going to protect you. It just isn't. Because this isn't about are you willing? This is about are you willing, ready, and able? Because the situation is too damn dire. He's got too much going on. The situation is too dire. Way too much going on. Way too much. Next up here, after you have been allowed the opportunity to be an intern, you got access to a producer and he's giving you time. They're allowing you to sit in the room. You're beginning the process of becoming an associate. They're letting you sit in the room and now you've become a familiar face, and assuming, of course, that you satisfied the requirements of it. It's like, okay, you're in the room. You're ready to be an intern. You're being a gopher. You're letting us know you're ready to sit in the room with us. You ain't sitting at the table. What do? Ladies, you soak up the game. You soak up the game. If you are spending time around a producer, if you are spending time around a producer and ain't learning nothing, it's a waste of damn time. If the only thing you picked up being around a producer is where he got swag, well, that's why you will never be upgraded. Because if you're around a man who's making moves and doing things, you're supposed to be taking notice of that. Take a look at what he converses about. Take a look at what he talks about. Stop sitting up here trying to get a trip to the damn, Louis Vuitton store. Stop that. Your job is to soak up the game, and the game is the way in which he moves, the people he knows. Because the man that you got your eyes on there, he might not be the best and smartest one. So you might want to network. So it's like, okay, this guy is good, but if I'm hanging out with him, and I think I saw a couple of folk who may know better. So this dude needed an intern, and if I'm in position to be his intern, there might be another intern opportunity that opens up for me. Might be another intern opportunity that opens up. Because fellas, let's just say it like it is. Business is business. You know the rules. Your broad chose me. You know the rules. You know the rules. If you own the game, you own it, man. But if you're not, your broad chose me. You know the rules. You know how it go. If you wasn't able to properly utilize, she's gonna put in a bid to change teams. That is the way that goes. She might want to change teams. It is not my job to let her stay on your team. If she's a better prospect over here, I might have to make a contract. Might have to write a contract. Not my job to keep your team, your roster full. It's my job to keep my roster full. It's your job to keep your team happy with it. That's the way that goes. So understand something. Ladies, if you're soaking up the game and you spend time around a man who's a producer, you're supposed to be learning something. And this is why you must always, ladies, if you want to know the real reason why you can't be sloppy, if you want to know the real reason why you cannot be sloppy, the real reason why you cannot be sloppy, ladies, is because you need to remain presentable at all times. Because if he gives you the call, even as an intern, if he gives you the call, or if you're already in the room, if he's got moves to make, you need to make sure you are his best option. His best option is always ready. His best option is always presentable. Because if you are a female, even if you're not his woman, even if he just brings you along, ladies, I want to introduce you to a new damn term tonight here. I want to introduce you to a new term tonight. The term I want to introduce you to is tag along. This really needs to be on Patreon, is where this really needs to be. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to put this on Patreon. This is some Patreon level content that I'm giving you right now. I'm not going to put this on Patreon, but I just want you to understand, there's a reason why they're taking down the notes and whatnot. Yeah, there's a reason why these other guys out here being publicly embarrassed about this stuff. This is really higher level, truth be told. Ladies, I want to introduce you to a new term. That term is tag along. If your mama didn't have no game, and your daddy didn't have any game, and your grandmama and your aunties didn't have any, and what you need to do is start to say, I want to be a producer's intern. Well, how do I do that? I want to be the tag along. Well, ladies, if we gonna keep it 100, there's an easy way to get a producer to agree to open up the opportunity for you to tag along. And that is if you make him look better. A woman is a man's representative. And if the woman by his side is well put together, then people see him as well put together. It is what it is. If you wish for him to invest in you, one of the easiest ways to go from being an intern, being in the room there, is demonstrate, I make you look better. He's never going to forget that. He is never going to forget that. If he knows that you are reliable for making him look better, then guess what he's going to do, and guess who he's going to be ready to call? Because you make him look better. All you got to do is just stand over there and look nice. He's here to conduct the business. He doesn't need you to step in and do that. He is here to conduct the business. You are here to give visual confirmation that he is prepared to do business and has everything in hand. That is what you are there for. If he so allows you to be in the game, if he so allows you to have the opportunity to have access to the room, you do that by showing, oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready at all times. At the very least, I'm ready at all times to make you look better. Ladies, if you want to know why it is, I'm about to hurt a lot of feelings right now, but it is what it is. So if you're going to be upset, get ready to be upset. If you want to know what it is that truly motivates a producer to cash in his old lady, is this thing on? Is this thing on? If you really want to know what it is that motivates a producer to cash in his old lady, she been there for years and years. She knows the ups and downs, but if you really want to know what it is that can convince him to open up the books and to start taking applications, just a brief reminder. If he finds somebody who stays ready, if she's gotten soft, she's gotten lax, she's resting on her laurels, she's not as diligent as she used to be, well, might open up an opportunity there for somebody else who's just like, hey, whatever it is, I'm ready. And my chief goal is making you look better. You conduct the business. My job is to make sure that you have the image of a man whose business is properly in hand. Even if you are not his woman, even if you two are not even in a sexual relationship, people, ladies, I'm just talking about if you have proximity to those men, your job is he's going to remember that. If you are a chick who stays put together well, he's going to remember, hey, and understand something. If he does give you the call, things are going to go real easy and real smooth because he's going to be of the assumption it's like, okay, is she ready to go? Remember, our time is the most valuable commodity that we have. So we are always going to prioritize the one who's ready. She's ready when you call. She ain't trying to get ready. She's not asking what ready is. She's ready when you call. This is why single mothers routinely lose. Oh boy. I know. Why did I say that? Why? Why did I just do that just now? We could have just had a regular program. It wasn't necessary for me to do that. I could have just left it where it was. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I didn't have to just say that just now. I could have left that alone. Well, I guess I couldn't just leave it alone because you see, there's individuals out there who lie to you. And they will tell you that, well, it won't impact your readiness or whatnot. No, ladies, when a man got to make moves, he ain't sitting up here trying to plot out how to get around your babysitter and whatnot. The reason why single moms routinely lose is because her time is already spoken for. Well, you can't prioritize him when he got to maneuver around all that. So you're going to have to be in a special situation. And just understand, having a producer is already super special. Baby, there's not that much special in the world. You ain't got time to be going treasure hunting. So this man's time is very, very valuable. And when you got kids and other obligations and you telling him, well, if we can do this at a certain, well, no, you got to be ready when he ready. You got to be ready when he's ready. So if you sit up here and allow somebody to sit up here and lie to you and tell you that he'll be ready when you're ready, all right. But ladies, I'm just laying it out for you like it is. If you think that the guy you lay up with cannot permanently cripple your life, if you believe that you being a selfish individual and who cares, let me just be willy-nilly with my habits and I'll find a guy who will accept it later. Okay, if you think that fantasy is going to work out for you, go ahead and try that. Go ahead. But the bottom line is your time is the most valuable asset that he has. And if you think you're going to write the rules of his time, you better think again. If you think you're going to write the rules for his time, it won't happen. Not going to happen, ladies. So just give that one up. It will not occur. But ladies, if you really want to know the real reason why you must be presentable and attractive, if you are hoping to find a mentor to upgrade you, it is because you don't actually have anything else to offer. I mean, unless you have a skill set, but if you already know you have a skill set, then you already know this. I'm talking about those of you who you know full damn well. It's like, okay, I don't really know a whole lot about what he does or this, that, and the other. Now, that's when you need to start investing time. If you got your eyes on a fella and you want to be an intern for this producer, you need to know something about what he does. You need to know something about it. Ladies, there are guys out there who are truck drivers, they're owner operators and whatnot, and understand there's money moving at that. As a female, you don't have to know a whole bunch about diesel engines, although you do need to know that an 18-wheeler uses a diesel engine, but they're just basics you can learn. You don't have to become a damn diesel mechanic. But let me just tell you right now, if you're dealing with a fellow who's got a trucking company or he's an owner operator, as a woman who's not one of the lot lizards, but as a woman, if you can just name the names of 3 tractor trailer manufacturers, don't you know you've blown his damn mind? Don't you know if just being able to do that, knowing Peterbilt, Volvo, Freightliner, International, Mack, Western Star, if you can name 3 manufacturers of 18-wheelers, just 3. You don't even have to know the models of the truck, just the names of 3 of them. Don't you understand that puts you in the very top 1/2 of 1%? Right there, he's just like, whoa, this one different. This one is different. If he owns a restaurant, if you can, I'm talking about where men deal is in mechanical things. If he owns a restaurant, can you name who makes the stoves? If he has a hotel, can you name the types of appliances they have in there? By the way, because there's only a few manufacturers that actually make appliances for those places. I'm talking about like the refrigerators, things like that, depending on what kind he has. Can you name where they get the furniture from? These are just basic things you can Google, but showing that you have an interest in it. Take a look in the chat room right now. Ladies, take a look at the fellas in the chat room. I don't have a bunch of dusty bum dudes over here and whatnot, which is why I can allow them to call in. I can allow mine to call in. Take a look at what they're saying. Now, you tell me, you take a look at their comments. Are they just agreeing or are they saying, ladies, y'all need to pay some serious attention here? Because as females, you all consider it to be next level when a heterosexual male is able to tell you about perfumes, handbags, how shoes, differentiations in sizes, because a medium outfit isn't necessarily a medium outfit for the guys who don't know. For women, medium isn't necessarily medium because depending on where the outfit was made, if it was made, for example, in Indochina, I mean, you shouldn't say that, but if it's made in East Asia, medium over there is not necessarily going to be medium over here. So it may be, when she puts it on, it may be small. So that's why you hear females talk about, this shoe, these sizes run small, even though they say it's a 9 or a 10. Well, where it was made, their 9 or 10 may not necessarily correspond to the 9 or 10 over here. And females consider that to be great when a guy knows that kind of thing. Well, ladies, it also works for men as well. And a guy doesn't have to be an expert on shoes or bags or whatever. Just having a cursory knowledge of it, he's just showing you he has an interest in it. He has a cursory knowledge. You don't need him to sit up here and be a, queer eye for the straight guy. But what you're looking for is, okay, well, it's cool if he has a knowledge of that. That's like, oh, that puts him on a different level. It's like, oh, he's different. Oh, he's different. He's different. Well, ladies, that's the way it works for men. That's the way it works for men as well. And when you're dealing with a producer, it's good for him to know that you ain't just sitting around scheming on his credit cards. When you're demonstrating that you're actually taking an interest in these things, that can't be falsified. But that can't be fraudulent. That's not something that you can make up. That can't be counterfeited. You can't fake genuine interest. You can't fake genuine knowledge. You can't fake that. And when you demonstrate to him that you've got those attributes, oh man. Now he can't just forget about you like that. You just threw him a swerve that 99.999% of your competition cannot do. At that point right there, just understand, oh, you different. All right. You see, when you are in the room, this is why I'm taking you back through it here so you understand this all goes together. It's not a praxology. This is not a praxology. It's a methodology. When you are able to get in the room, just can I be in the room? Can I have proximity? And once you've got proximity, make sure that you are a familiar face. And if you are asked to do something, well, you make yourself available to do whatever. Make yourself available to do whatever. And once you are known for that, don't make silly, stupid mistakes. Soak up the game. Be competent. Be presentable. And as you are moving your way up the ladder, and what I mean by moving your way up the ladder is you are spending more time. This person is extending more time to you. That's a good swerve to be able to throw them is, by the way. When you can say that, you don't even have to follow up on it. It can really be as simple as, as Volvo, Peterbilt, International. And if he says, what you know about that? I say, well, tell him, I know the names of them. Now, a man, understand this, I know that that's all you really got to say. Well, I know the names of them and whatnot. Well, don't worry, he'll take it from there. He's not looking for you to be an expert on it. He's not looking for you to be an expert on it. He's just looking for show him you got competence. I know, brother, I should be charging all over the place for it. I should be. I just want you all to be able to contrast this to some of the garbage you're hearing from other people. And you tell me if what you're hearing over here sounds like, yeah, you could actually do this in the real world as opposed to some jackasses sitting around with Instagram models and pretending that what they're saying is actually relevant to it. No, what I'm telling you over here is something you can actually put into practice. That's the difference. That's the difference. So ladies, soak up the game. When you are in his presence, your job is to demonstrate that you are his best option to be a tag along. You want to be call it being a groupie, call it whatever. Smart groupies soak up the game. Shout out Nicki Minaj, shout out Cardi B, call them whatever you want to. Those were smart groupies. They were groupies who paid attention and soaked up the game and then eventually were able to execute on their own. Call them whatever you will. You better call them paid as well and successful. Now, their choices in men are a different matter because these are core characteristics that could not be helped in that regard. So that's the mistake that you need to avoid. You need to avoid that mistake. But let's not get it twisted. Their strategy was smart. Their strategies were smart. For getting what they wanted. For getting what they wanted, their strategies were smart. Can't lie about that. Their strategies were smart. No doubt about that. Next up, oh man. Now this one is key. Now I want to keep reminding you about this. When Dr. Dre left Ruthless Records, and I still have that issue of Vibe magazine where Dre had left Death Row. I still have the issue when they did the interview with him. I still have that issue of Vibe magazine to this day. And they had asked him, what was the biggest difference between Eazy-E and Suge Knight? That was what they asked Dre in Vibe magazine. They asked him, what was the biggest difference between Eazy-E and Suge Knight? And Dre said the biggest difference between Eazy and Suge was that Suge took me with him. When Suge would go to talk to people and do things, he took me along with him. Eazy never did that. When Eazy went to go do things, he would just leave me behind or whatever, and you find out later. Suge took Dre with him. Ladies, when I talk about the benefits of being a tag-along, you want that man to take you with him. You can't learn a damn thing sitting at your mama's house or sitting at that job where you are. You learn by having somebody who extends time. Your life will change by being in proximity around him if you're paying attention. Take a look at the way he talks. Take a look at the way he dresses. Take a look at the way he acts. Take a look at the places he goes. Take a look at the way he thinks. This is what I mean. Soak up the game. How do you soak up the game? Observe everything. Observe everything. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to implement everything. But what I'm saying is learn the environment. Learn the rules of the road over here. If you want to get upgraded, you need to pick up a new vocabulary. You got to learn the rules of the road over here. So take a look at that. I know a lot of females, they don't know anything about handbags. They really, really don't. Everybody wants one, but they don't know anything about it. And I'm not, impugning you for it. That's cool. That's okay. Don't worry about it. But what I'm saying is, if you're a female and, I come from a mid-sized city, so I'm not going to impugn anybody about that. But what I'm saying is, when you have an opportunity to be in these places, I'm a big firm believer. I tell you, if you're a female and if you have a chance to be at a golf course, country club, 5-star hotel, 5-star restaurant, I'm talking about a really nice one, it would be worth it for you as a single female. It would be worth it for you to go to a 5-star restaurant with one of your girlfriends. If you're going to go as a young woman, it would be worth it for you to go buy the cheapest thing they got on the damn menu. Go there, buy the cheapest thing they got, get you a glass of water and a salad. You can get you a glass of water and a salad. Get you a glass of water and one of their soups. At most, you'll be out $20 or $30. But you can get you a glass of water and one of their soups and start eye hustling. Start looking. Take a look at the handbags, the women. These are the women who are living where you want to be at. Take a look at how they're moving. Take a look at what they're wearing. Are they dressed like they're going to a damn discotheque? Are they dressed like they're trying to be a thought on Instagram? Nobody invests in that. Folks lay up with it. They don't invest in that. Take a look at the handbags they got. Take a look at the shoes they got. Take a look at what they're doing. If you're sitting up here trying to reinforce the failed practices of the neighborhood you come from, and you're just, I can go there and find some chicks who got some weed on their heads. Okay, go ahead and try that stupidity if you want to. For those of you who actually want to be intelligent about this, by the way, I just thought you should know. Take a look at what these women wear. Take a look at the handbags. You're going to see some different things. You're going to see some different labels. Now, everything doesn't have to be outrageously expensive either, by the way. Everything doesn't have to be outrageously expensive. Just because something is expensive doesn't mean it's nice. And just because something's nice doesn't mean it's expensive. What you're doing is you're getting an education that neither your neighborhood, nor your parents, nor your school were able to give you. If you're going to want to be upgraded, you need to go hang around upgraded people, which takes us back, of course, to what I was saying here in number 1. The women listening to me right now, you are 20, 22, 25 years old. You're talking about your little penny ass job and whatnot, but you are not primed or ready or prepared to be upgraded. If you come from a smaller town or a smaller city, you would be well advised to take a few vacation days. I'm a big believer in this. I'm a big believer in this. Big believer in this. If you are a young female, and let's just say that you live in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Let's just say you live in Scranton. You would be well advised to go to Philadelphia, not Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. And go to a 5-star restaurant, 5-star hotel. Really, and you don't have to stay for the whole weekend. I should know. I've been seeing a whole bunch of folks who can't afford it. But go there for a night. Go to a 5-star, go to a major city, go to a 5-star restaurant, and just go get you a soup and a salad. And stick around for an hour. Stick around for an hour and just watch. All the things you never saw and whatnot. Ain't nobody trying to upgrade ghetto fab. Nobody's trying to upgrade hood. Stop emulating the failed practices of your mammy. If you want to be on a new level, it's time for you to demonstrate that you can evolve and change. If you live in Longview, Texas, get your ass on I-20 and go to Dallas. And go spend your time at some of the 5-star hotels, some of the boutique hotels. Go spend some time there. Go spend some time at the Renaissance. If you live in Stockton, take your ass down to LA. For those of you who hadn't been, because pretty much everybody in California makes the pilgrimage to Los Angeles, but you get the idea. You get the idea. To my man Cadario, thank you very much for your contribution here tonight, brother. We're doing the best we can about this. We're letting them know what they need to have here. But if you're a young female and nobody's ever told you these things, you can learn a lot by observing. Take some pictures if you need to. Try not to get kicked out. Take some pictures if you need to. But understand, these are environments that are new to you. So you can start being acclimated by observing. But you got to get in the room. Some of these rooms you might be able to talk your way into or bump into somebody, but others of them, you want to buy yourself into a room. Okay, this is the kind of place you hope he will take you to one day. You can start becoming familiar with it, because if he's in those circles and moves in that kind of way, you can become familiar with it. There's ways to do that. Don't go there with a bunch of your fat ass friends and their bastard kids, or go on some girls quasi-lesbian girl trip like these chicks keep doing all over the damn place. That's a recipe for disaster. All you see are a bunch of big fat females coming through like a herd at Papa Do's. That's not the business, man. That's not the business. If you don't actually know what to do, if you are uncertain, that is okay. Start investing the time in learning. Start going to some of those places. Well, Jason, which one should I go to? Woman, pick one. Pick one. And if you're going to go, take one of your raggedy female friends with you. Just one. But it would be worth it for you to take 2 or 3 days of your vacation time and $500, save up $500 and go to the nearest large city and go to one of those places and observe. Take a look at what's happening there. See how they dress. And you want to go to the busy times. That means you want to go, well, in the restaurant business, it'll be Sundays or really their busiest day. But it's worth it to go on a Friday or Saturday evening. I think that's really great, especially in New York City. In New York City, a Friday or a Saturday evening, anytime after like 4 or 5 p.m. A Friday or a Saturday evening is prime time in a place like that. Same thing in Los Angeles. Actually, in Los Angeles is later than that. So in New York, it's pretty much any time after 5 p.m. But in Los Angeles, it's going to be really like after 7 or 8. Because to be totally honest, then once they get going, they're going to like 1 and 2 in the morning. So their time scale is a little bit off from everybody else. But you get my drift about that. Miami, of course, is going to be later, but you're dealing with a bunch of younger folks there in that regard. So I'm not really sure I would direct you in that direction. Atlanta, DC. Now, DC is real good about that. DC is real good about that. That's a really good place, as a matter of fact. Let me name that one in particular. DC is a really good place for the 5-star places there. They are really, really good. My folks in DC know that, especially in the Capital District. Especially in the Capital District is very, very good about that. It is well worth your time to sit and watch and soak up the game. You can go to the Ebbett Grill. The Ebbett Grill is a really good one there. Anybody who's been to the White House, or if you have been to the White House, you know the Ebbett Grill is right across the street from the guardhouse there where the White House is. So for those of you who haven't been, I've been to the Ebbett Grill many times. Not bad. Can sometimes be a little bit crowded, but that's okay. Assuming it's open and allows you to get in, by the way, because DC's doing some screwy stuff here right now. But thank you, Katerio, for switching over to Cash App. Thank you very much for that, because YouTube keeps 1/3 of what y'all give over there on Super Chat. So thank you very much for that. But if you want to, in DC, a place like the Ebbett Grill, I'm just letting you know, if you're in that downtown Capital District, I'm naming the Ebbett Grill because I want you to be aware of what that is. Yeah, I know some of your posers just figured out the places there. But just understand, these are the kinds of things that you can know about, okay? These are the kind of things that it really is worth your time to be able to do that. It really is worth your time. If you can get a seat by the wine rack, that's good too. They got this really nice spectral colored one where the bar is and stuff like that. It's really nice. Really, really nice. But learn. These are places where you can go and watch and observe. Get you a table, not a booth. Oh yeah, that's another thing. If you're going to go to one of these 5-star restaurants, get a table, not a booth. Get a table, not a booth. Get a table, not a booth. Well, Jason, why do I need to get a table and not a booth? Because you can't see nothing in the booth. That's the problem, except in very rare occasions. But you can't see nothing. If you're at a table, it really seriously raises your possibility of being able to do that. Now, in certain circumstances, getting a booth might be advantageous, but just understand, by definition, if you're in a booth, you're going to be able to see less. I would rather be at a table. If I'm in your circumstances, I want to be at a table with a view of the booths. I want to be at a table that has a view of the booth. But you know what would really be best? A table that has a view of the front door. Third mic drop. Ideally, I'd like to have a table with a view of the front door. I'd like to be able to see everybody coming in. Hell, I like to see the damn valet if I can. I would like to see what they drove up in. I'd like to see how they got out. I'd like to see if you can peep the whole scenario from beginning to end. Every person who comes in is a new story. And if I was in that situation, if I was in that position, I'd want to have access to be able to observe all of that. Is what I want to be able to do. So if you are a young female and your mama was gameless and your daddy was clueless and you didn't have that, you can become a producer. You can become a producer's intern. Now, some of you are going to be a little bit queasy about that, but I want to tell you something. Most of the females listening to me right now, ladies, can I just go ahead and read your mail right quick? Ladies, I got to read your mail right quick. The females listening to me right now, all of y'all got body counts. And what did it get you? All of you who are listening, you slept with some dudes who they were cute. And the only thing you got to show for it is your body count went up, but you didn't get nothing out of it. You didn't get upgraded. You didn't even get any usable game out of it. And we know that you didn't get any usable game because if you left a guy who was not a producer, you're supposed to be able to go get one who is. That's how we know you didn't actually get nothing out of it. You were with a guy who was a producer and you're not with him anymore. Well, if the guy really was about that, you should have been able to trade in one for a new one. If you weren't, something went wrong. Something went wrong. And what went wrong is females will sit up here and run up a body count for a guy who can do nothing for them. And then claim chastity for one who can. I'm not going to drop the mic again. Folks, let's just be honest about it. In this day and age, young ladies, you all are you are jumping into bed with guys who can't do nothing for you, and then claiming chastity for one who can. Now, I want you to actually analyze the logic or lack thereof of that behavior. I want you to just analyze the logic of that for a few moments. So the guy who can't do a damn thing for you, the guy who can't do nothing for you but look cute and lay up, you hopped into bed with him night one, no questions asked. You had no guilt and no reservations about jumping into bed with him. There were no impediments. Nothing slowed you down. The one who actually can do something for you. Wait. Now, let me. I don't just do this with just any old body now. Don't think I'm just gonna be easy. Like, okay, so the guy who wasn't worth nothing, you were easy for. The fella who is worth something, you gonna be hard. I ain't gonna tell you a damn thing to do with your body. You do whatever in the world you want to with it. If you want to sit up here and make it easy for losers and hard for winners, go ahead. Knock yourself right on out. By the way, I just thought I would go ahead and point it out to you that, by the way, most of you, that's the game you try to play. You make your body easy for bums and you try to make it hard for producers, and then can't figure out how you ended up at the end of the day not being able to cash out with anything. You wonder how that happened. Yeah, go ahead and play that game, but just understand the only one that's really going to mess over is you. But by the way, I just thought I'd point it out to you, ladies, that when we talk about what do you need to do to become an intern, okay, y'all will do anything to get on with that bummy dude who ran up your body count and did nothing for you. But for the fellow who can actually produce something for you, all of a sudden you want to come tell him all of a sudden you come with all these rules and stipulations and, oh, I don't do this and I don't do that. And no, all right. Hey, it's your call. It's your call. Go right ahead. It's your call. Go right ahead. If you think that this is a viable strategy and if you think that's the way to go about it, but don't sit up here and try to act like somebody is making you do something unseemly. Y'all are racking up body counts by absolute degenerates. Y'all are racking up body counts by little fool boys who can't do a damn thing for you. And then you want to come back talking about, well, I was just young and whatnot. Okay, but as you get older, you should be selective. And selective means that you actually understand when it's time to pull the trigger. And when you become a female who you pull the trigger quick when it doesn't do anything, and then you want to sit up here and be gun shy when you should really be out here blasting like Rambo, it's like, okay. So what that really shows is you are gameless. You don't know when it's time to start, busting off shots, and you don't know when it's time to put your gun up. You don't know when. You don't know when it is time for you to hit the brake and when it's time for you to slam your foot on the gas. You don't know when. I just want you to understand that. Ladies, I just want you to understand that. Take a look at your psychology there, and it kind of tells you about your priorities. Because when you want to get upset when men tell you about, by the way, these are the kind of guys you choose and prefer to be with. Yeah, because we take a look at how you move. You was real quick to hop into bed with Debo and Pookie and Ray Ray and Mike and Lil Slug. You were real quick to do that. But with a producer, all of a sudden you want to tell him, okay, here are my rules, and here's the Here's the chart that you have to go down. Okay, but there was 8 niggas before him who you was draws down night 1. Ladies, if you had somebody who had some competence in your family, if you had access to a competent mentor, they would have told you. A competent mentor lets you know when you tell them you was with somebody and they get really worried versus you was with somebody and they're like, oh, how'd it go? Now, I'm not saying you have to give them the gruesome details of your sexual escapades, but what I am saying is your daddy is going to be a lot less worried about what you doing with Michael B. Jordan than he is with what you doing with Lil Wayne. I'm talking about Lil Wayne, but not even the real Lil Wayne. We can go with that. But just this little old clown up here and whatnot, your aspiring rapper. There's a reason why your daddy freaked out when he saw you with him. But when you were with Michael B. Jordan, it was like, oh, how'd it go? How y'all getting along? Okay. Yes, because competence can't be faked. And it's also very easy to identify. Very easy to see and very easy to identify. So, ladies, I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm not here to run your life for you. I'm not here to do anything except explain to you that, by the way, you are free to make whatever choices you wish to make. You are free to do whatever you would like to do. But just understand, take a look at your mother and your grandmother's lives and ask yourself a very basic question. Is that where you would like to end up? If it is, follow their example. Do what they said. If it is not, you need to find some credible mentors. And men will let you know exactly what we want. It's very interesting. Females know how to get proximity to men for what they really need. They know how to get proximity for what they really need. But just understand, you are not going to be able to translate that into tangible benefits if you're not ready. I did tonight's program because I wanted to give you a step-by-step guide instructing you how to do that. I started the business because I wanted to have long-form discussions about this. It can be uncomfortable for some of you. That's perfectly fine. If you want it to be uncomfortable, go ahead and do that. But I do just want you to understand, this is where your mama and your grandmama messed up at. This is where they messed up at. They messed up because they were unable to have these conversations with you. They messed up because they were unable to discuss these things with you. They messed up because they told you, well, you go ahead and make those choices. And if he cute, well, you go ahead. Do you like some? Okay. Instead of giving you what you actually need, which is, hey, let me find out here. Is he a producer? What does he do? It's not about chasing a dude, quote unquote, with money. I've already explained to you, he has to be intellectually, socially, physically, and financially capable. Those are the things you have to have. But to be clear, discretion and discipline, yeah, those are important things as well. And too many of you have been woefully misinformed about what it is that you need to be doing. You've been woefully misinformed about it. And as a result, you are making unforced errors because you are not actually ending up where you need to be. Even for some of the things I'm talking about right now, we talk about becoming an intern of a producer. There's a bunch of y'all, your body counts make it very, very clear. You are interns to bums. You've been interns to bums over and over again. And that's where you've ended up at as women. $10 tons of game is supposed to be sold, not told, but I've given this one out here for free. But then again, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm in error about something. So in that event, The telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that laid the foundation upon which all of your red pill, MGTOW, high value posers, alpha male wannabes, and all these other clowns in the winosphere who are screwing things up. This is the place where they all got the game from. I'd like to thank you all for going ahead and giving us your time here tonight. I'd also like to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed to tonight's program, either on PayPal, Cash App, or Super Chat. Thank you very much for that as well. I see y'all are showing love, and we appreciate that. My man Prince Ali, I see you over there. Pookie Jenkins, thank you very much as well. My dude Michael, we appreciate that. Shonda, thank you very much, ma'am. My man GL and Myra, and to everyone else who has contributed to support tonight's program, thank you very much for doing so here, because lip service is not service. And for many of you, I know this is the first time in your lives you ever actually heard this explained to you, and you've witnessed the results in the real world, but you never had somebody sit down and actually tell it to you just straight out. Look, this is what it is. This is how the world moves. This is how people do things. So it's not just your mind playing tricks on you. It's not just perception. This is what it is. And you've been told that there's some alternative set of rules. Most of you, as females today, most of the women listening to me today, the reason why you have been unable to get upgraded is because you were told that what I'm saying to you tonight, that these are the exceptions to the rule. Now, there's the really criminal part about it. A lot of you, your mothers, your grandmothers, maybe even your fathers, they've told you that what you've heard here tonight, that this is the exception to the rule. Not that this is the rule, this is the exception. And that what I'm saying is optional. You can take it or you can leave it. But I'm here to tell you, no, they absolutely lied to you in that regard. They lied to you. It's not optional. You can take it or you can leave it, but just understand this is not the exception to the rule. These are the rules. Period, point blank, end of discussion. We're going to go ahead and open up the phone lines here. Let me get caller from area code 202. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Jason. This is Bella calling from Hyattsville, Maryland. How are you?
Bella from Hyattsville, Maryland. And what is on your mind?
So, first of all, thank you. Welcome back. Thank you for such a thorough program and explaining everything to us. So, my question is, if you're like not the best looking person, like you don't look like Halle Berry, but you think you have like good qualities a man would like, would women, like average looking women, still qualify to be upgraded?
Okay. First thing you need to understand is that women have a type, men have a range. Let me say that again.
Okay.
Women have a type, men have a range. Big difference there. So I want you to understand that. Very important to keep in mind, because that can be used to your advantage, but only if you understand it. So, as a woman, you're really looking for a specific type of man, which is why you all can put a dollar figure on how much money he needs to make. You can put a specific description on the amount of protection you expect from him. Like if somebody runs up with a gun, I expect him to get in front. Not, well, sometimes I will. Oh, no. I expect him to do that. So women have a type. Men have a range, is what we have. So you can do things that disqualify you. You can do things that, knock you out of contention. We don't have hard, fast rules that it must be this specific thing. It's not like with females where it must be a specific thing. What your job is merely not to disqualify yourself. That's what it is. However, the fact that you have asked that question is a little troubling. So why don't you go ahead and explain to us exactly why is it that you're asking that?
Well, I don't know.
You
personally, I know I don't look like. Oh yeah. Well, I know I don't look like Halle Berry. I know, like, I'm not I'm just a regular looking person, and some content creators, they'll say, well, you have to be 8, 9, or 10. You got to be a dress size 4 or 6 in order to even qualify, but they don't like thoroughly explain like how you're explaining. So
8, 9, or 10 is relative. Okay. Now let me explain what that means. Yes, there is a standard for what qualifies as an 8 and certainly what qualifies as a 10. And those are not really going to be movable. But here's what you can do, Bella. You're supposed to be the best version of yourself. You might not be as tall as Tyra Banks. So, like, you take a look at a chick like, Ashanti. You know, she's not tall, a little short thing. When you take a look at her from head to toe, you realize, she's kind of got a compact build to her. Which is why there's not really a whole lot of pictures of her from the feet up, because dudes ain't really looking at her like from the feet up like that. So what I'm saying is just understand it's about being the best version of yourself. So no, she doesn't have the legs of a Tyra Banks. She doesn't have the face of a Halle Berry, truth be told. But she is a 10 in her own way. Now, of course, she has aged out, so she can't really be a 10 like that anymore. Only a 10 relative to other females. But just keep in mind, I mean, the real thing is about being the best version of yourself you can be. And when men take a look at you, they can immediately see, is this the best she can do? That is what men are going to look at you, and they're immediately going to make that determination. Is this really the best she can do? Just take a look at you. Nobody's going to take a look at you and compare you to Halle Berry. That's world class. The question is this the best you can do? Now, let's ask yourself an honest question here, Bella. When you take a look in the mirror, is that the best you can do?
Honestly, no. I can do better.
Okay. Now, I want you to understand why it is that men penalize you for that. Men penalize you for that for the exact same reason that you penalize a man who doesn't produce. Because you take a look at him and it's like, nigga, you sitting here by the Xbox all day. Is this the best you can do? Bella, we're not even asking you to make any money. We're not asking you to change tires. You're not being asked to do any of that. And yet things are still not getting done. Do you understand the problem now?
I understand what you're saying.
So the real thing is, it's not about you, because this is a cop-out that females tend to invoke today. Well, y'all just want somebody who's a booty model. You just want somebody who's going to be Beyonce. No, it's about you can't come to us expecting us to be the best version of ourselves while you're sloppy and raggedy. See, that worked with Pookie and Ray Ray and Mike. That worked with a fellow who's struggling. You're trying to get with a guy who's not struggling, but you're bringing him the same quality of female that you brought the guy who is struggling. You're coming to a man with options, presenting yourself in the same lower grade fashion that you were able to get away with a man who didn't have options. So you want to come to somebody who's already stepped their game up, but you haven't stepped yours up at all. So it's not about you being Halle Berry. That's not what it is. It is, are you the best version of yourself that you can be? Because the truth of the matter is, as men, we don't compare you. I mean, we got pictures of females from all over the place. That's great. We don't compare you to them. We're comparing you as men. Remember, we're physical creatures, not visual. Not nearly to the extent females are, which is why you all make that comparison of Halle Berry and whatnot. That's not what men do. We're utilitarian. So the real question is, well, we don't go by Halle Berry, because take a look at Halle Berry's height, take a look at her build. Some fellas want somebody more substantial than that. You know, she's got a really slender build to her. A lot of fellas don't like that. Or at least if they had their preference, they would take something else. Now, will we accept her? Of course. But is she ideal? Well, she might not be ideal. Understand, females go by ideal. Men have a range. And as long as you are not out of that range, you're okay, which is why you can be a size 2, 4, 6, 8. Once you start getting to 10, it's like, okay, we're getting real iffy. Once you get to 12, out. You're out. So just understand. Now, take a look at how wide a range that is. You could qualify being anywhere from a size 2 to a size 8. That's not a small range. That's a rather wide spectrum. That really is.
Mm-hmm.
That's a wide spectrum. So it's not like this is Olympic level bars to clear. That's not what it is. What we're dealing with are females who have become uncompetitive. Because your mama was uncompetitive, your grandmama was uncompetitive, your aunts are uncompetitive. You go to the school, you're surrounded by a bunch of females who are uncompetitive, and they have complaints about what they're not getting, but they are not trying to become competitive as a group. And so instead of looking at themselves, remember what I said, females don't blame themselves, they blame men. So they say the problem is the men will just not accept them the way they are. That is the real problem. That's the real issue.
Okay.
So it can work, man. But well, I'm an average female. Why do you say you're an average female? Why do you say that?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Well, you said that you're an average female. I like to use the term basic. And but why do you consider yourself to be average?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I know that I just look like anybody else. I know I don't look like a supermodel, but I know I'm not ugly. So just like right there, kind of like in the middle with everyone else.
Right, but
so
here's the issue. The issue isn't are you ugly? The issue is are you the best version of yourself? Because you can be, your idea of not ugly doesn't matter. It is the men who determine that. The real question is, are you basic? And this is something I want women to understand. Well, I don't know. I
doubt it. No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't.
Is that a fact now?
I do not think so.
Okay. No. Bella?
Mm-hmm.
Are you and I friends on Facebook?
Oh, my goodness. I knew this was coming. No, we're not.
Okay. Bella, I'm going to send you a text message.
Okay.
And I'd like you to send me back a selfie making the peace sign with your left hand.
Right now, I'm like home in a bonnet. I don't look my best. Can I send you my Instagram?
You know what? That's actually perfectly fine. If you are home in a bonnet, that means that you're not wearing makeup, your hair's not done or whatever. So if you don't look cute with a bonnet on, then I know you're not going to look cute dolled up. Because there's only so much dolling up you can do. It's not like you can take a chick who's a 5 and turn her into a 10. You can take a 5 and turn her into a 6, but you can't take a 5 and turn her into a 10. So that's good.
All right.
Don't worry, this will only take a few minutes for that. Now, while she's doing that, ladies, understand something. The other concept here is about being basic. And the term average gets thrown around a whole lot, but just understand for men, average can also mean that everybody is pretty, but females do not get to determine that. What a producer is not looking for somebody who is cute, because cute simply means serviceable. If he's living an above average life, he certainly needs to have a female who reflects that. How is he going to have an above average life, but his female looks like any other? What does that immediately communicate to people? So why on earth would he gravitate to that? If he has an above average life, he's looking for an above average female. It only makes sense. It only makes sense. It only makes sense to be able to do that. So with that being the case, a lot of ladies start trying to guilt trip, and it's, oh, these fellas just have these really high standards, and it's just impossible. They want you to look like a world-class model. No, just be the best version of yourself. That's all you have to be. Be the best version of yourself. The best version of yourself doesn't have to be sloppy, raggedy, grossly overweight. The best version of yourself doesn't have to be that. That is not a requirement of it. That's not the best version of you. And trying to get men to deliriously lower their standards, that's a problem. There's where the problem comes in, is thinking that you're going to get an extraordinary man with basic standards. That's not going to happen. All right, I did get your picture here. All right, Bella. Now, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Okay, Bella is 28 years old. How many siblings do you have?
I have a brother and a sister. They're all
Okay, you're playing with your phone over there. Please put the phone back where it was before now. Let's not move it all around. How many siblings do you have?
A brother and a sister. They're all older.
Okay. Do you have any kids, Bella?
No, I don't have children. No.
Have you ever been pregnant?
Never. No.
All righty then.
I'm honest. Yeah, I've never been pregnant.
Okay. All right. In any case, Bella, I'm just going to ask you straight out here. You are 28 years old. You are single with no kids. What size do you wear?
Right now, I'm a dress size 8. I've been working with a trainer, so I'm trying to get down to a 6 in like 2 months.
Let me ask you, because you said here before that you thought you were pretty. All right. I'll take that under advisement. On a scale of 1
Well, I didn't say that. I just don't think I'm basic.
Okay. I don't think I'm basic. On a scale of 1 to 10, even numbers only, what number do you think the men, not you, but what number do you think the men would give you?
Probably like a 5 or a 6.
Okay, let me try this one more time. And by the way, you just flunked a major test of basic literacy. On a scale of 1 to 10, even numbers only. And
sorry.
If you don't know what an even number is,
sorry.
okay. If you didn't hear that, then yeah, we got real issues in life at 28. Not looking good. Even numbers only. What number do you think that men, when men look at you, what number do you think they give you?
Okay, sorry, I misspoke. I'm going to say a 6.
Okay. You're good. You would say a 6.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why would you say 6, I wonder?
6 is like right there in the middle. I would say 5, but I can't use 5. But I don't think I'm 4.
Okay.
6 is like right there.
Send me a link to your Instagram. Just text me a link to your Instagram real quick. And while you're doing that, did you grow up with your mother and your father?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And are they still together today?
They passed, so they were married until they passed.
Okay, my condolences there. And what did you think of their? Well, were they married?
Yeah, they were married. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did you think of their marriage?
Well, my dad was very dominating. He was very Jamaican. My dad was very dominant, traditional, and my mom was very subservient, more docile. But yeah, my dad basically ran everything.
Okay. Well, did he run everything well?
Not always, no.
Why do you say not always?
Well, he wasn't really he was really mean. He always yelling and always had this kind of chaotic energy. I hate to say this because I love my dad so much. But yeah, he could have been a little more gentle or more reasonable.
Okay. Well, I'm sure there's a story behind that. What is taking so long with your Instagram, by the way?
I'm trying to figure out how I can copy my links, my Instagram links. Yeah.
All you have to do is choose any post from your Instagram and copy the link from it. That's all you have to do.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay,
About to say, you all notice that when you start getting that stuff, send me a link to your Instagram. Notice all of a sudden, I don't know what. All of a sudden, all the females never know how to use their Instagram. I don't know how to do that. Damn, how do I get that? It's on private. I don't know how to do it. You put it on private and everything. They share links with everybody else. I don't know how to share one with you, though. Interesting.
Okay.
All right. Let me ask you a question here.
Mm-hmm.
What is the highest income man that you have had claim you as his woman?
I've never.
Okay.
I haven't been in a relationship since college, so.
Okay.
I don't
You're
know.
doing that thing with your phone again. This is not a very good thing. I'm
Okay.
getting crack baby vibes. Let's not do that.
Sorry, I put it on speaker.
Okay. Why don't we take
Sorry,
it
'cause I was
off?
on my phone.
Okay. We're getting crack baby vibes. Not a good look. Let's not do that. I'm trying to help you now because I can see why you called.
Mm-hmm.
I can see why you called me tonight. And I really think it would be in your best interest for us to try to address a couple of those things because the insecurities that you have are not going to go away. But I want you to understand why they are. All right?
Okay.
The first thing that I recognize here is that you do not have competent mentors. That's the first thing I recognize. But also I'm recognizing here that you've got bad sources of information around you. That's problematic also. It is impossible for you to get an accurate view of yourself when you have consistently bad sources of information around you. I could not help but notice that when I go through here, all the comments that you have on your pictures are all from females. I couldn't help but notice that. And they just love what you're seeing on here. You don't have a metric ton of comments, but you have a significant number. And they just love what they're seeing. Do you realize that that's actually a problem?
No. How so?
Okay. Now, I want you all to understand something. When I talk about they're gameless, at the very basic level, it should be very obvious why that's a problem. Because you don't actually have any male confirmation of anything. As a female, you cannot determine what men like as a female. That is not something you can do. Yes, you do need to have other females who are well put together, but if you don't have any men confirming it, that's a problem. And the quality of the man confirming it is essential. All I see are a bunch of females, and what you then end up with is a mutual admiration society. And therein lies the problem. What if you're all messed up? What if you and all the females you got here, what if all of y'all are screwed up? There is no objective third-party source to weigh in on anything. Just a bunch of females reinforcing each other. I see one very heavyset chick who is one of these religious zealots. That's what you see when you go to her Instagram. She would like to introduce you to her religion. Think about that for a few moments.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley, I found another one. She's got her kids sitting here. These are the females reinforcing to you what is or isn't correct. These are the ones telling you you're on point. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't have, female circles of friends. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you have to check the validity of it. And I see a bunch of females, and that right there is telling me they're going to be very inclined to tell you you're doing everything correct. What that also tells me is that when men disapprove, you have a ready set of enablers to tell you you're not doing anything wrong. That it's the men who don't see how great you are. Then why would you ever have any incentive to change when you've got a ready set crew of enablers ready and chomping at the bit to tell you that everything you're doing is correct?
I hear you, but I'm very pro men.
It's not about you being pro men. Has nothing to do with that. What I am saying is I'm taking a look at you have a ready source of reinforcement of what you're already doing. I said all of that to say, and I will be as diplomatic as I can be. You look to be a very nice girl. Not a problem at all. The fingernails, the eyelashes, the eyebrows, this very foppish weave that is just endemic all over the place. For the parts of you that don't actually involve you, your clothes, your boots, the parts that don't actually involve you, what I'm saying is if a person were to put you in, I will not say naked, but I will say if a man were to put you in something that looked more like a bikini so that we can see what the real you actually looks like, the parts of you that actually show you, I'm just going to be honest with you, just jumping out from the very beginning, I can see why you're insecure about these things. And what I'm saying is a bunch of females would tell you ain't nothing wrong and everything's perfectly fine. And that's exactly what you do not need to hear. You do not need to hear somebody reinforcing that. Taking a look at you at a basic level, there's where the problem comes in. So, of course, I can see why you think the bar is very high to clear. I can see why.
Okay.
Do you have any handbags?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. What's the most expensive one you have?
It's a Kate Spade bag. It's not expensive.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Would you like to have a Prada?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Now, let me ask you one more question. Would you like a man who makes $500,000 a year, would you like him to bring you a imitation Prada bag?
No, I would not.
Are you sure? It's a very nice imitation Prada.
No, I don't like.
Okay, it's a very well made imitation Prada.
No.
Okay, you sound a little ungrateful here. But let me try this one more time. It's a very nice, very well made, very well put together imitation Prada.
No, I would not like that.
Okay,
no.
So why? Okay, just tell me one thing then. Why are you dismissing the obvious quality of this imitation?
Because it's not real. I don't want something that portrays itself to be real, even though it's like not. I wouldn't want that.
Thank you. Ladies, when you have fake hair, fake eyebrows, fake lashes, fake nails, fake breasticles, just understand something. Men see that the exact same way that you see a very well put together imitation Prada, imitation Louis, imitation Versace. I just want you to understand that. And if he doesn't have any other options, he'll tool around with this phony. But do not expect him to value it as much as he would the real thing. There's a reason why you want to be authentic. The more phony you are, the less you've given him to invest in you. You see, when those are your nails growing out of your fingers, guess what? If he falls in love with those nails, there's only one place on this planet he can get those. When it's your hair going out of your head, there's only one place on this planet that he can get that feel, that texture, that smell. There's only one place he can get that from. When your hair comes in a bag, he can get that anywhere. So you're actually giving up all your biological advantages. When your skin is fake and your eyebrows are fake, just understand he's not able to invest in you because you are hidden up under all the rest of this. Your moms and your grandmamas and your friends on Instagram who are all equally insecure and all equally hiding themselves, this is an inconvenient truth to have to accept. But by the way, we feel the same way about fake hair that you feel about a very well put together fake handbag. That's not Bella's hair. That's phony Bella hair.
Excuse me. Yeah, but I just feel like no one wears their real hair. No one wears their real nails. Like, that's just a part of, like, being a woman and, like, adornment and looking good. Like, I don't know a lot of...
Did your mom wear weaves and fake nails every day?
No, but she was older.
Okay,
she was
slow down. No, that wasn't what you just said. You just said, I feel that's part of being a woman.
I did say that. I do feel like it is. I do.
What kind of woman are you talking about?
I just feel like us ladies sometimes we like to be done up. We like to wear the nails, the fashion, the hair.
But this is not sometimes. This is you every day. I'm taking a look at you. This is not sometimes. This is all the time.
Well,
this is all the time.
Uh-huh.
Now, I also want you to understand something else. You're talking to a man. I am the only one who can determine whether or not this is correct or not. And instead of you doing what we were talking about here before, ladies, instead of soak up the game, did you see what she did? And this, okay,
yes, you're right.
Bella,
I apologize.
Break pedal. I'm bringing you all back. Do you see why I said, this is why I started off, and I made a point of it to say, by the way, I couldn't help but notice you have a bunch of females on your Instagram, and this means that even if you're doing the wrong thing, you have a ready source of reinforcement, and it will make you far less likely to listen to what a man has to say. Even if he's correct, you'll be determined to hold on, and you've got a bunch of gals to support you, even if what you're doing is dead wrong. I just sat here and told it to you. What I said made absolute logical sense. You agreed it made logical sense, and then you immediately started resisting. Immediately. You didn't say thank you. You didn't say thank you for telling me about the holes in my game. Thank you for telling me about how we as females have adopted a culture of failure. It was, well, I feel that's part of being a woman. Was your mother like that? Your grandmother? Oh, they was older. Yeah, they were also married. How about you?
Okay, you're right. I apologize. You're right.
Wait.
And thank
Brake
you.
pedal. 28 years old. Okay, that was my mama. Okay. Your mother was also married. How about you?
No, I'm not married.
Okay.
Of course. Well, obviously not.
Okay. Then understand some of the things that you've made assumptions about that are erroneous. If you assume that men are okay with your walking insecurity as embodied by all this phoniness on you, if you think the men are okay with that, take a look at your results. And you tell me if the men are really okay with it. Tell me who's making a permanent lifelong commitment to this. Show me where they're lined up to do it. Because I know they're not. Because no man who's actually got anything to risk, why would he go with something phony? And what I'm saying is all you're talking about, well, I feel that women today conceal their insecurities with phony things. That's all you're really saying. You're not going to reword it into something else. This is insecurity and phoniness. And it's really easy to go to Instagram and get a bunch of other females who are equal failures and phony and insecure and get them to back you up. Yeah, you know what you don't have? You don't have men doing it. not anybody offering a commitment. Notice that's what you don't see. And I just want you to actually be able to take a look at this and see, yeah, you can thumb through your Instagram and take a look at all the chicks backing you up. But by the way, you don't see any men reinforcing it and saying this is correct. And their opinions are the only ones that matter. And not just any man, a man who you actually want to be with. Well, you know, that's the one. Now, he's one I want to take care of me. Okay, well, his opinion's the only one that matters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I just want you to understand, as a character trait, your job is to convince us that you're our best option. Take a look at what happened. By the way, ladies, I want to go back to what I said here before, because I want you all to understand I wasn't just making this up when I was saying this. Number 3, reason why you can't be upgraded. You are set in your ways and are too mouthy and too old to be coachable. Yeah, your ovaries still work and you're still able to give birth, but take a look at what happened as soon as you were being put under some management and being gamed up. Take a look at what you did. Your immediate reflexive response was to show, you ain't right. I got the truth. Okay. Just take a look at 28 years old and exhibiting not being able to be coached.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
No, I want you to recognize
you're
those
making me
character
realize
traits.
it. I didn't even. I would consider myself to be coachable, but I'm sorry.
Exactly.
I didn't even.
Exactly. Well,
I
I would consider myself to be coachable. Yeah. Have you actually asked a man trying to coach you what he thinks? Oh, no, we don't have to ask him nothing. I think I'm fine. And this is what I meant by, yeah, you'll have a bunch of other females around you to reinforce that. You stop talking about her like, she's fine the way she is. Okay, no, she ain't looking to get wifed up by none of you hoes. That's the problem. Y'all's opinions are irrelevant because at the end of the day, you can sit here and comfort her, but she's not really trying to get wifed up by any of you. And she's listening to the wrong sources and bad sources of information because they're going to save her little fragile ego and spare her feelings. And they're going to leave her alone and lonely. And she will have plenty of offers for sex, but she will not have someone who wants to upgrade her and improve her life because his ideal candidate or his preferred candidate is one that she doesn't have an hour-long makeup routine, an hour-long get-together routine. It's better to find one who's most of the way authentic already and she ready to go in 15 minutes. As opposed to what I see here, which is going to be at least an hour. And what I'm saying is you're perfectly fine. Well, yeah, you should be, but then again, you're single. I just want you to understand how it got there because when you go off and go get yourself adorned in such a peculiar way, what you're really going to do is make yourself a niche product. There's only going to be a certain type of guy who this really floats his boat. And this is really what he's looking for. And this is really what charges him up. This is really going to be for a niche candidate. This isn't going to be a wide spectrum of men. And most of the guys who will do it, if you fall in that spectrum, they're not going to be producers. A producer likes authentic. A man likes authentic, and this is why I gave this analogy before. A man likes authentic for the same reasons you do. But yet you want the men to have unauthentic. In the chat room, G-Mac asked, at what age does a woman typically become uncoachable? Typically, they become uncoachable after the age of 24, 25. Right when they hit around 24, 25. They become summarily uncoachable. By the time they hit their late 20s, they are set in their ways. They have acquired all kinds of junk science. They've acquired all kinds of junk habits. And at that point, they are more comfortable failing doing it their way because they value having control. It's kind of like dealing with senior citizens in the senior citizen home. Like, they'll demand to do things simply because they want to be in control of something. They don't like the fact that there are orderlies and doctors telling them what to do all the time. So they will just resist simply so they can be in control. They just don't like somebody else telling them what to do. Well, once they get past the age of 24, at that point, it won't get any higher, I'll tell you that. So they might make it to 25, but once they get past 25, it's either going to be a very slow or a very steep decline after that. But it generally goes into decline after the age of 24, 25. They become uncoachable. She's got a job, so she figures her job gives her leverage to resist your authority. I ain't got to listen to you. I'll go back to my little old studio apartment. Well, I can upgrade your life. Well, you ain't gonna tell me what to do. All right. And that's generally what happens. And they latch onto this early. Their mothers tell them, get you a job so no man can tell you what to do. Okay, but if he can't tell you what to do, he's not going to be your protector and provider, because nobody's going to be a leader for someone who will not follow. Ooh, I didn't figure that out till later. They wait until they get in their 30s, and then they wait until they get in their 30s and have no other options, or get into their 40s, and then all of a sudden they're super cooperative. Yeah, but you're no longer eligible. You've aged out. The time to demonstrate that type of amiable behavior was when it really mattered. But they have the luxury of being resistant, so they do it until they're no longer eligible. Then they want to scream and yell about how bad the men are. They just want a younger female. No, they want a coachable one. And we find that the younger ones are coachable. So a man's time is limited. Why would he want to squander it on somebody who's never going to give him a return on investment? Why would he want to squander coaching time on someone who cannot be coached? Because they've latched on to bad habits, junk science, and they're determined to hold on to it. And so now life has to kick their ass to get them to let go of those bad habits. But in the meantime, you want him to spend benefits on you while you hold on to bad habits. Only a guy who has nothing to lose is really going to jump at that deal. And none of them are actually going to keep you. Now, that's the part that won't happen. They won't keep you at all. My job is to say, hey, by the way, here's how men who are going to keep you, or men who are at least going to upgrade your life, here's how they move. But just understand, folks, by the way, I just wanted to point that out, that I first set things up so that she understood the logic of it. That I'm not just giving you an opinion, that this is something you can identify with, because this is exactly how you treat things in your life. And as soon as I said, okay, let's move it over here to the men. Well, you know what the real thing is, women don't have to do that. All right, there it is. And just understand something. I host a YouTube program. It's worth it for me to talk to you this long. Also, if I dare to say, I'm a bit articulate. So I'm able to actually articulate what a lot of these guys think, and they can't really put it in the words the way I'm saying it. So I can articulate it like a class. Let me tell you something. If you do actually have an opportunity to be the producer, he ain't gonna have this kind of tolerance. The moment you run your mouth the wrong way, like you just did, and you're gonna tell him, understand, because I told you what the program was, and your reflexive response was to tell me, nope, this is what the program is. Okay. Understand, a producer is not going to get with your program. He told you what the deal was, and your response was to tell him, no, nigga, this is what the deal is. All right. Okay. But just understand, with me, it's worth my time to sit here and keep talking to you. To him, you just disqualified yourself. And the only thing you're eligible for now is he might flop on you if it's available. But if it's not, he ain't really got nothing for you. There's not going to be any investment made. So, we're cool. And I just want you to understand how it got there. And you will have a whole bunch of other females around you who are all equally friend-zoned. A whole bunch of other females who are side-zoned. And, y'all are all sitting over there consoling each other. Yeah, but ain't none of you getting taken care of. Think about that for just a few moments. 28 now. 28. 28. 28 and has a bunch of bad habits that a man would have to break you of. And you have to ask yourself, wow, is he really going to invest that kind of time with a 28-year-old who's set in her ways? How many other bad habits and bad notions do you have that somebody's going to have to wrangle and pull you and drag you down and yank you around in knots to get you to let go of over the course of months or years? And even then, you'll only let go of it from time to time. No, a man wants a clean slate. He wants a chick who is ready. He wants a female who is bringing all those things, and he doesn't have to fight with it. That's what he's looking for. So this is why I was saying those other things you were saying, those are just scapegoats. You have insecurities about things, but it's because you can recognize them. The things I'm saying are not actually news to you. You actually already know these things. The real thing is, well, Jason, is there a cheat code? Yes, there is, but not the way you're thinking about it.
Yeah, okay, that was a lot to take in. So just to correct myself, I want to say thank you for bringing this to my attention. I thought I was a certain way, but apparently not.
By the way, why are you wearing a bonnet when you got fake hair on your head? What's the point? What's the basis?
No, this is my hair. I have my real hair now. I just wear a wig during the day. So the bonnet's for my.
I don't see any hair.
Real hair, yeah.
Okay, I don't see any hair up here. But I will say one other thing. You need to quit with the damn extensions.
Okay.
And the reason why, baby, is because traction alopecia shows the early signs early on. And when females are lazy and they are too lazy to learn proper hair care, they lose their hair. So I'm going to say one thing to you here. That hairline for you may not be able to see it as clearly as a man does. I am telling you, as a man, stop it with the weaves. Stop it now. I am taking a look on here. Yeah, you Jamaican, but the crown of this forehead crown should not be going back this far. Now, you probably got time to be able to stop it from going any further. Baby, you've been wearing weaves since you were a teenager. For this hairline to be going back this far, I know for a fact you've been wearing them now for at least 10 years.
That's correct. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Stop it with the weaves. This is going in a bad direction, and just understand you can't correct traction alopecia. You can't correct it. The most you could do is get hair plugs and hope they stay. You're too young for that. These are lazy habits. And furthermore, you don't want a man to do that anyway. You want a man to invest in you. You need to do your nails. You know why? So that when you meet a man, he already has you've already set the expectation that you expect your nails to get done. You need to do your hair. Why? So when you meet a man, he has the expectation that your hair gets done. You want these to be things on you, that you need to get a massage. You need to go to the dermatologist. You need to go to the spa. You need to have skin treatments. Not that will send me to the Mac store and then send me to the Asians to get some fake nails. Take a look at how you're downgrading yourself and devaluing it. See, when you're ready to move up to that next level, all the investment goes into you. Think about that for a few moments. You really want the investment to be in you. So I am going to make those as suggestions to you there. If you do those things, I think you will feel a lot less insecure about it. But it's going to take some time and it's going to take some work. But I highly recommend you do it now. You're 28 years old. But it's not because you don't look like Halle Berry. It is because Bella is not the best version of Bella she can be. But I can't have confidence for you. You got to have confidence in yourself. I can't have confidence for you. You got to have confidence in yourself that you can do that. And then other people will see your confidence and it's self-evident. But just understand, as long as you ain't got it, we can see it from a mile away. You know what? I would like for you to give me a call back.
Okay.
Give me a call back in 6 months. And if every word I have said does not work out, I want to know about that. Now, how far from DC are you?
I'm like 15 minutes.
Okay, not very far at
Really
all
quick.
there. Okay, then all the things I talked about earlier during the program, have you ever done that? Answer is no.
During
Just
this
say
program?
no. Just say no, damn it. Okay,
Oh.
no, you have not been to a 5-star restaurant with one of your friends.
Oh,
so
yes, I have. I was just there last week.
You were there
I was on a date.
You were there specifically for the
Yeah.
purposes of eye hustling?
No, I was on a date
Oh, you were there
last week.
You were there on a date last week.
Yes.
Okay. The date didn't go very well.
We're still talking, so I think so.
Let's try this one more time. The date didn't go very well. You know how I know it didn't go very well?
Because I'm here calling you.
Because you're on the phone with me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all notice that right there? I was like, no, the date didn't go very well. She knows. People, I'm not bullying anybody. They know. You have to break them down with one resistance and one obstruction after another. Just break down one point of resistance and another point of resistance. Baby, no, a man's not going to do this for any real length of time. There's a benefit into it for me, but just understand, yeah, you all know. Y'all know. You already know. I'm not here to knock nothing down here. Baby, if it went well, you wouldn't be on the phone with me. You'd be on the phone with him. A female always gravitates to the man who can benefit her the most. If he could benefit you more than I could, you'd be on the phone with him. You're on the phone with the man who can benefit you the most. Either because that guy cannot, or you are in danger of he can, and you've done something that puts you in danger of losing it, and you're not sure how to correct.
Yeah, I think that's the last part. Mm-hmm.
How old is he?
He's 39.
Yikes. Is he black?
Yes, he is.
Is he an immigrant also, or his people
he's from West Africa. Mm-hmm.
Okay. West Africa, was it Nigerian?
Liberia.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming his paper and everything is straight and legitimate, no offense, brothers, but y'all know how y'all do when y'all come over here and claim to be the Princess Zamunda and everything else. Y'all pull the wool over on these chicks' eyes, but us dudes know better. Assuming everything else,
No, I don't think he's doing that.
You don't think he is. Okay, you also haven't thought a lot of things on the phone here, so I take that with a grain of salt. My real point is, assuming all things remain equal, my real thing is, yeah, he's older than you are. And if he's had a lot of experience with women, if he has the ability to be discriminating, just understand he has the ability to pick and choose. And more authentic is better. He doesn't come from a place with a lot of hair weaves. It's your job to bring him the best candidate. It's your job. So like I say, these are bad habits you might have latched on to, but just understand these are things that'll affect you. Take a look at the last 5 women. Has he ever been married before?
Oh, yeah, he's been married, yeah.
Okay, have you seen a picture of his ex-wife? Assuming she's his ex-wife.
I have not. I haven't really asked him too much about his ex-wife.
If you get a chance to, check her out.
Okay.
Because he married her for a reason.
Is that, you think, for citizenship, or?
What I'm saying is, she was good enough to get him to go to the altar.
Okay, yeah.
You might want to check out what did she have that got her there. And then start doing a comparison and see, okay, he liked it enough to marry it. He liked it enough to marry it. I think you'd be well served to check out. She was able to get him down the aisle. If you're thinking in that direction, you might be well served to study the one who was able to close the deal.
That's a good idea.
If men go primarily on looks, well, whatever she had closed the deal. Might want to check it out.
Okay.
Check back with me. I'd like to see how things go.
I will. Thank you so much for all of your help. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. We don't plan to fail. We just fail to plan, people. We don't plan to fail. We just fail to plan. They're young. They latch on to bad habits early. Next thing you know, it's a wrap. Call of Miracle 321. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Tiffany, and I'm calling from Orlando,
Tiffany
Florida.
from Orlando, Florida. What's on your mind?
Okay, so I do have a question. I remember something you said months ago.
Tiffany. I've spoken to Tiffany before, haven't I?
Probably. It's been a while.
Yeah, probably. Let me remember here. There was a certain gentleman, and he also was not from the States, if I remember correctly.
Of the States, no.
No, all right.
No, I think yeah, that's not me.
I'm almost certain I can, because I remember a certain phone call. But you know what? Time is limited. So anyway, what's on your mind, Tiffany?
Okay, I remember something you said months ago.
Run around a little bit less.
you
Keep the
correct
phone
me.
close to your mouth, dear. You're running around trying to wash dishes and do laundry right now. Let me get you still for a moment so you can be heard. What did you want to ask me?
Okay. You said collect men, right? So my question is, if I'm in a position to learn from all these different men, like multiple men, learn different things, and I already have someone, and I don't want to, I'm not married, and I don't want to have sex with these men, but also in the process, I'm going to learn stuff. And if the person that I'm with doesn't decide to take it to the next level, and it's, before someone else, makes an offer or is able to gain me up a whole lot more, then that's what I'm going to do. But my question is, how do I teeter around that while still being in a relationship?
Okay. Why are we in a relationship with a guy who can't close the deal? That's the first question you have to ask yourself.
What do you mean by close? What does close the deal mean?
I mean, if the guy is not meeting expectations here, why is he still on the roster?
I mean, he's a very good person. Just the kind of things that I would like to learn.
Okay. Did I ask if he was a, quote, very good person?
He's still on the roster because I like him a lot. Like, we're a good match.
Okay, you like him so
And he's
much
someone-
that
he's-
you are
he's a
trying to
companion.
audition other people to replace him. That's how much you like his personality.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying audition other people. I'm saying I want to learn things from other people, but I don't want
Okay,
to.
if he's not a sufficient source in and of himself, why is he still on the roster? You can try to reword it all you want to. It doesn't pretty it up. If he's not able to close the deal, why is he in the quarterback position if he's not able to be the quarterback?
That is the person I want to be with. It's just different aspects. Like, you know how different people in your life can serve different purposes.
Okay, let's try this a different way. Let's try this a different way here. And by the way, are you a photographer?
No, I'm not a photographer.
Okay. I didn't think so here. I've talked to you before. This phone call is all very familiar. I've talked to you before. How old are you again, Tiffany?
I'm 41.
Okay. There you go. So that is why she's talking about this the way that she is. Tiffany, now that you said that the way you have, how many years you been with this guy?
Like 6 months.
Okay. It really won't matter what you do. So you can pretty much play this however you'd like to. With another female, I'd be more cautious, but in your case, you can pretty much play this however you wish to. So, because you're 42 and he's how old?
I'm 41. He's 42.
You're 41, he's 42. Does he have any kids?
Yes. They're adults.
And he's not looking to have any more.
No.
Which means he's never going to marry you. Because there's nothing he can get marrying you that he can't get from you right now single. He's not looking to start a family, so there's no incentive for him to do that. So basically where you all's relationship is right now is where it will remain. So you can pretty much do it. You can pretty much do however you want to. You're not in any danger of losing anything.
That's an interesting perspective.
No, it's just reality. It's not perspective. It's not a perspective. It's reality. This man is not marrying you. You've been with him for 6 months. You're not even talking in that direction. And that's why you can say something as audacious, to have the audacity to talk about referencing the judgment and mentorship of other men. You're not even demanding to acquire this competence of him. And furthermore, I want y'all to understand, an older female talks over men. Because she doesn't know anything, but she's determined to tell you what she knows. Not because she actually has anything intelligent to say, because she's already called in because she doesn't know. She just wants to be in control of something. That's how they end up 41 and single. Because they've been doing this since they were 21. And see, the guys who would actually consider you, no, they just keep going. I'm just the guy who lets you know, by the way, this is why they kept going. But just so you be aware, baby, you're 41 years old. You're not eligible for marriage. You're talking like this because this man has already let you know, yeah, where we at is where we're going to be. That's why you don't have a problem doing that. You wouldn't dare say what you're saying right now. If you were 30 and he were 35, you would never dare say those things. You're saying it because he's already let you know what he's doing for you. That's all he's going to do. There is no upgrade coming. That's why you're talking about, can I talk to other men and see if they can help me get upgraded? Because the one that you are with will not do it. But he is the best you can do. So you're tolerating that, and now we're trying to build a bear. But yeah, I mean, truth be told, yeah, that's really what it is. That's not perspective. That's reality. And that's fine. I'm just saying that's where you are. Just be honest with yourself where you are, because you don't need to save face with me, baby. I can see what your situation is. This isn't the time to save face. Yes, you can talk to other men, and I would let him know. I mean, I think that's the decent, honorable thing to do. You definitely need to let him know so that he understands that you are conversing with other men so that he knows what it's about. And now the other thing what you said is, well, and if they become an option. Now, that's the other thing she said. So she's, by the way, you're becoming a bit of a feckless liar, because you already said, and by the way, if these other men become an option. So just understand, they get old and they get desperate. So she's trying to save her little fragile ego and talk like this guy is the one and he's so great and he's the one I want to be with. But she's openly talking about auditioning other men. And then when you ask her about it, she tries to claim that's not what she's trying to do. You already said it was. If this guy was so on point, you wouldn't be trying to audition other men. Yeah, you want to audition them because this guy lacks performance and competence, and you believe you can do better. Or you believe there might be a better option. But you're trying to figure out, how do you go about it? But the truth of the matter is, yeah, you already see what you're doing. You're trying to monkey branch. You're not very good at monkey branching, but you're trying to. And you're trying to ask me, how do you do it? And I'm telling you, well, you just go ahead and do it. But don't try to save face with me and try to fabricate some life you ain't got. This dude ain't on point like that. If he were, you would not be caught on the phone with me. you would be at home enjoying the on-point life that he's giving you. You're on the phone with me because he's lacking things. You open up the phone call talking about, by the way, there are things he doesn't have, and I feel I can only get them from another man. And by the way, if they turn out to be a better option, can I leave? Well, yeah, you can. If you can. But by the way, you're 41 years old and you think you know it all. I don't know why you think that men in their 40s are going to be lined up for that. And what you're going to try to do is get a guy younger than you. That's the really pathetic thing that's happened with females in their 40s today. They've realized the guys their age ain't fooling with them, so they try to go get a younger fella, and then they find out the younger fella, they figured out this vagina will motivate him to be a producer. Not really. The younger guys are catching on sooner and sooner now. The fellas in their 30s already know the game, and when we get done, all the fellas in their 20s will know the game too. They're going to come out indoctrinated and ready to go, and they're already almost there now. So y'all can try to rob the cradle all you want to, but everybody's going to have the same expectations. In your case, they're going to have the same expectations. How many kids have you had?
I have two.
Yeah. So you got stretch marks. You got stretch marks and saggy skin and everything else. So you have a body of a woman who has given birth. So that's only going to go so far. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it to be mean. I am saying just understand that this is the reality of what you're dealing with here. That when you go and present yourself to a man, when he gets you in your natural state, he is going to see it for what it is, and it's going to feel some kind of way. So just understand that you don't see yourself the way a man does for the first time. You've been with this guy for 6 months. Very clearly, he does not have what it takes to close the deal. And you're trying to figure out, well, what do I do now? Do I keep my options open? In your case, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it because he may be the last train leaving. If you had access to somebody more competent, why wouldn't you just go ahead and get with them?
Okay. I think maybe I didn't articulate what I was trying to say very well. I was trying to say that you learn different things from different people. And like, for instance, if someone was very knowledgeable about cryptocurrency, or if someone else was very knowledgeable about real estate, like those kind of things, I may have to learn from someone else.
Okay, let me ask you a question here. In this fantasy scenario that you're presenting, let me ask you a question. These other men, do they have a woman already?
Do they have women? They never really talk about them, but yes, I'm certain.
Okay, these are yes or no questions. I don't need you to go off on some big long lecture. Yes or no, do they or do they not?
Yes.
Okay. Why would a man who already has a woman sit up here and mentor somebody else's woman and upgrade somebody else's woman? Why on earth would he do that? What's in it for him? Just out of curiosity, why would a man who's well-to-do and already has a woman spend his time trying to upgrade somebody else's woman? What's the benefit he's going to receive as somebody else's man? What does he get out of that?
Well, some people just like to, I guess, pay it forward.
Okay. And like I say, this kind of silliness,
a whole community.
Ma'am, let me try this again. I host a program, ma'am, and I'm not talking to you one-on-one during my personal time. And if I did, there would be a direct benefit in it for me. It would not be a charity. I don't have charity conversations like that. If I met a female and I would give her a conversation in passing, she would not get regular conversations with me. My time is valuable. And if these guys are doing what you claim they're doing, their time is valuable also. And when it comes to producers, we are all the same. The rules for Jason Black are the same as the rules for those guys. So if he's extending time, he's getting a return on that investment of extending his time. It's not a charity. So if a man is going to invest in a woman, what's the benefit to him? And now she's trying to tell us, oh, you do it for charity. If you don't stop this silly talk, this is silly talk. You already asked about whether or not it'd be okay for you to get with one of them. You already said that also. Man, she doesn't want to go back and reference that anymore. By the way, I keep saying it, but she refuses to reference it. Notice I keep saying it. She didn't argue with that though. She tried to act like she didn't say it, just straight out lied and said she didn't. Now she doesn't want to go back and reference. By the way, you already stated that you would like to see about that. Now, here's the real reason. You know why you are as old as you are with no options as you are? Because you are refusing to be honest. And this is why young females do themselves no favors listening to older chicks, because older chicks lie. They look young females in the face and tell them, I would never do anything like that. Meanwhile, these older broads, what they really mean is, I wish I could do the things that you can do at your age. Because if I was still able to get out there and make it happen, I'd be doing it. But as it stands, I don't really have that as an option. But if you had the ability to do it, all these things you're trying to talk around and whatnot, this is why you're talking yourself into knots, because you wish you could do it. Now, you'll tell a younger female you would never do that. And in reality, you out here chomping at the bit to do it. And that's why I can't coach you. Because you will not be honest about what you are and what you really want to do. Got nothing to do with me. You will not be honest about what you are and what you really want to do. But the truth of the matter is, you are trying to audition for an upgrade, and you ready to make it do what it do to make that happen, and you are refusing to be honest. You're trying to be coy and you're trying to be slick and scheming. And the truth of the matter is, you ready to go. You ready to make it do what it do. And you just don't want to be honest about it. And because of that, no man could ever help you. No man could ever help you because you think you're trying to figure out rules to get over on a producer. Baby, you can't get over on a producer. You're either going to be useful or be gone. You can't get over. You talking like these are young boys out here you're dealing with. That's not going to, you're out of the young boy league. You're dealing with grown ass men with real resources. You can't get over on us.
Well, you've been very helpful with this conversation, and I really appreciate it.
Well, get out there and do your best.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
They trying. No, that wasn't what she was looking for to hear, but it's just like, look, ladies, if you are ready to get a side chick status, we grown ass people, just go ahead and put it on the line and just say what it is. Just say what it is. Don't come with all this old childish mess. Jason, I'm trying to get me a producer. I'm with a guy right now who can't close the deal, but I am open, ready, and willing. So what do I got to do? And okay, let us deal with you in a real way. All this old childish mess, the only person you holding back is yourself. You're not saving anything. You'd be a whole lot better off just saying, look, I'm ready to pull out all the stops and win. And she's not even doing that. So no, it would be impossible to help her. Caller from area code 323. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, how you doing, big brother Jason? This is brother Elijah from Las Vegas by way of Brooklyn, brother.
Elijah in Las Vegas, what's on your mind?
Brother, I promise you I'm not going to take too much of your time, big brother. Just one quick question that I really need to gain from you. You dropped a masterful piece when you was talking about the 5-star restaurants and going there and, seeing, you was dropping that for the ladies. Would you recommend that same thing for the men as well?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
For the men, now for the men it might be a little bit different, but absolutely, especially if that's the kind of female you're looking for, and certainly where
Yes, sir.
where the stores are concerned. Because for example, if you're gonna go to the mall, avoid Zara and Forever 21 like the plague. You're not going there.
Yes, sir.
You trying to go to Bloomingdale's, Nordstrom's, Tiffany's, whatever. At least your chances
Yes,
will be
sir.
better there. So, yes, just understand, go to the places where the type of people that you want to be around, where they would go. And if the type of folk you don't want to be around, that's what you avoid. But you have to be discerning. Just because there's a store, just because it's a restaurant, just because it's a business, doesn't mean it necessarily caters to your ideal clientele. A place that is reserved for people who got their money together. If you're a person who has their money together, or you're seeking to spend company with people who have their money together, you go to places that cater to folks who have their money together.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, big brother. I deeply appreciate this.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. I'm going to see about taking one more phone call here. We've been on for over 3 hours, people. Nobody does it like we do. We've been on for over 3 hours. Let me get a call from area code 276. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Mikhail calling out of Ohio. How you doing, Mr. Jason?
Okay, Mikhail,
Mr.
where at?
Black, how you be?
We're out in Ohio.
Ohio. I'm over here in, hold on, because I'm not literally from Ohio. I'm just a truck driver riding through Ohio.
Okay.
So let's see, where the heck am I at?
That's okay. Which interstate? Which interstate?
Okay, yes, on the interstate. The mod had me to call.
No. Which interstate?
Oh, 80. Pardon the body.
All
80,
right.
I-80.
All right,
Interstate 80.
All right. Oh, he's on Interstate 80. And what was your name again? I've forgotten already.
Mikhail.
All right,
Like
Mikhail.
Mikhail's Navy.
All right. And what was on your mind?
The mod had me to call in. It was a question that turned into a statement earlier when you were speaking to the lady that said she was average. So I was saying, in so many words, how they overlook the average truck driver like a specialized truck driver. See, I'm a specialized flatbedder. So when I dress like I don't want to put my clean clothes on and I don't wear none of them suits or nothing, and they just walk right past like there's nobody. So that's why I was
all right.
referring to when she
well,
asked
okay. Let me ask a couple of questions here, though, okay? Because
sure,
there's a reason why
Yes, sir.
they had you call me here. Now, Mikhail, how old are you?
Me, I'm 50.
All right, Mikhail.
Well, 51.
How
I just
long?
had a birthday last month.
All right, congratulations. How long you been a truck driver?
18 years.
All right, so he's very experienced at this point here. So this is not anything new. He's coast to coast. That's good as well here. No problem. But I see how this could go bad, Mikhail. I see how this could go bad.
Okay.
Let me ask you a few questions.
Sure.
How tall are you?
5'10".
Okay. Average height. And how much do you weigh?
Round about 210.
Okay.
210, 211.
Okay. So that could go either which way, unless he's a pretty muscular dude.
Slender, average.
5'10", 210 pounds? No, sir.
To me, I'm looking at myself. I look slender and average.
Okay. 5'10", 200. 5'10", 210 pounds. No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
You might be comparing yourself to some
Others
other
might
folks
think
in your family, but no, sir. Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. You're about 20 pounds from fit and about 25, 30 to slender. So let's be very, very clear about that.
I can go with that.
Okay.
I can go with that.
What I'm saying is understand something. Men have a spectrum. We have a range. Women have a type. So just understand, and especially when they're in the truck driving business, the real thing about being a truck driver here is you spend a lot of time by yourself. In your case, you've done it now for almost 2 decades. And you spend a lot of solitary time by yourself, which makes you a very productive truck driver, but it also puts you out of touch with the rest of the world. You spent a lot of time
That's true.
yourself.
Yes, sir.
So you're going to have to reacclimate. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is you're a man, and we are biologically designed to adapt to any environment. Biologically, with that, we created the idea of doing that. We created the concept. We created the ability to do that. So by design, we adapt to our environment. And you might be 50-something years old, but I mean, you are still able to do that. So the real thing is understanding. I don't think it's so much about the females. I think it is that because of your vocation and how long you've been doing it, it's more than likely you are a bit out of touch. Also, you are set in your ways. Now, that can be a really big issue because understand something. As men, and women do this too, but this is why we need to have an open forum so we can discuss some of these misconceptions we have. Let's just be very, very honest. In your case here, Mikhail, be honest.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever found yourself saying, just personally, just even in your head, have you ever found yourself saying, you know what? She should be grateful to be with me, or they should be grateful to talk to me simply because I'm not like these other screwed off niggas out here.
Damn right, by my friend. Yeah, all the time.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And you know what? You may even be factually correct in what you said. What you just thought that might actually even be a factual thing. But that is also the definition of entitled.
Okay.
Because what you're saying is I should get this simply by virtue of my presence. I haven't done anything for them yet, but this is the type of value I should have simply because of my presence. So I just want you to understand that, that is all, along with everything else, even if everything you said is correct, that is the very definition of entitled. And if you are a person who is entitled, you might be approaching other people with a well-worn set of assumptions and reacting negatively if they don't respond to the assumptions that you've made. And don't get me wrong. I mean, I coach guys about becoming truck drivers, getting their CDLs. You already know this. And I want to see y'all get your weight up. And I want to see everything go a certain way. That's perfectly fine. But I do want you to understand that is just one part of the equation. And really, to be totally honest with you, that's not a spectacular part of it. Because if you're comparing yourself to other men from the hood, that's one thing. Compared to whites and Asians, you're average. So we got to start taking a look at the global spectrum of men that are available. Because when we start taking a look at that, we start having a real perspective on what our global value is and not just our local value. And I want you to have global options, not just local ones. I don't want you to just take a look at one subset of females and say, okay, what's my value here? I want to make sure that you don't have holes in your game at all.
Well, I have plenty of holes because my wife passed 2017. We got married in 1995. So really, I'm just getting back out to the side of things.
Well, my condolences on your loss there, but definitely, you are. I mean, like I say, you've been doing things yourself and stuff here, and you have a vocation that tends to be solitary. But I'm just going to be honest with you. While I'm not going to tell you that, I forget what his name is, but Mr. Get Your Grandma or Mr. Catch Your Grandma or whatever, I'm not going to say you got to be him by any stretch of the imagination. But what I am saying is that understand men are not visual creatures. We're physical, but females are visual creatures. And she's going to look at you and she's going to ask herself, what can he do for me? And the bottom line is the reason hypergamy exists is evolutionary. It is an evolutionary mechanism to make sure that the most fit and the most capable pass on their genes. And at the end of the day, a woman is biologically wired to try to get the best that she can. Your responsibility is to communicate that you are her best option. But the idea that as long as I fulfill the financial component and as long as I'm not a degenerate, I should be at the top of the bill. That's not the way it works because that's the personality argument. And you all already know how I've dealt with the personality argument. And I should get points on my personality. And brother, you know full damn well, Sidibe told us the same thing. Well, I should get points on my personality. If you don't get your big round unicorn build ass, but just understand, as men, we tend to do the same thing. And so I can't spare your feelings over that. Like I say, I mean, you're getting older and stuff, bro, but you can't, I mean, a woman doesn't want a man who's not competitive. At the end of the day, you want a woman who's competitive. A woman's not really going to, just understand, you will be a lesser option to women if you are communicating through what you're doing that you are not competitive. And competitive is relative. It is not an absolute. Relative to what? Relative to the options that she has.
Well, I mean, I have just about more. So the reason why I carry myself for, I won't lose my tangibles that I have gained, and if I can pass it on.
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, I want to go back to what you said, though.
What
you said, though. Can we go to your physical presentation?
Yes, please.
When a woman takes a look at you stepping out at 18-wheeler, does she say, this is my best option?
Well, she don't even know I'm stepping out of the 18-wheeler.
Sir,
so
that is the biggest mistake that a person can make.
Okay.
And that is the kind of thing that breeds apathy. The idea that you're not being watched. What is the definition of discipline? Discipline is behaving as if you're being watched even when you know you aren't. So I know you got massive holes in the game, and a lot of them, because you just articulated, well, there's times I'm not being watched. Yikes. So I know what your standard is going to be even when you are being watched. You're going for the bare minimum. And just understand.
That's exactly right.
That's what I meant by you're communicating to females that what she can expect is the bare minimum. Because let me ask you something else, brother. You've been running them roads now for 18 years. Who owns that truck you're driving?
I do.
Okay, let me try this.
I lease it out to the company.
Let me try this one more time. Is there a paid off title in your name for that truck?
No, sir. Lease to own.
Okay. And are you leasing it from the company?
Leasing it from the company.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Brother, now this is a little bit of inside baseball to everybody else out there, but brother, now you know that is the worst way to purchase a truck. You know that.
What?
Now,
I know for a fact, but I ain't planning on being on the road that long. I'm finna get ready and give it up.
Okay, the females may not know this, but to my truck drivers out there who are going to listen to this later, y'all know full damn well this is why you got to have the authority here. No incense, no perfume. We just getting right down the truth about it. Brother, leasing from the company is the worst way to attempt to acquire a truck. There's all kinds of catches in there that can go wrong. You're one repair bill away from being totally screwed. And you know that. So what I'm saying is, I know this, but the women you getting with don't know it. But what I'm saying is, how you do one thing is how you do all things. So I know your financial situation puts you in a situation of having to do this after 18 years. I know how you running everything else. now. So, brother, the females are responding to you as a complete package, man. They responding to you as a complete package.
Okay.
They're responding to you as a complete package. So what I'm saying is, I understand, you feeling some kind of way about it and stuff, and I get that. But I'm just saying there's holes in the game. There's holes in the game. And the females may not be able to articulate it the way I just did. Yeah, that's where your frustration is coming from, because they're not going in depth with this. These are things I know. They're just going to respond. That's biologically, they don't even do that. A female simply lets you know if you met the bill or not. Are you able to close the deal? And they're just going to keep going. If they feel that they can already sniff all the hallmarks, he cannot close the deal. And you're like, well, damn, ain't I straight? And she can't articulate why, but biology is telling her These are all the hallmarks that he can't close the deal. And at your age, brother, at your age, now you know what I'm about to say is true. By the way, how many endorsements you got?
How many endorsements? All of them. I got all of them myself. My motorcycle, my passengers, and my hazmats. Every last one. Tankers. I got tankers, doubles, triple and doubles.
Okay.
I got
Well, he's got those, but okay. Now, how is it? Okay, how is it you've been how is it you've been in the game 18 years and ain't got your hazmat? Especially in this environment. I mean, we're bringing in more immigrants and stuff like that. But I'm just like, I'm trying to kind of figure out why we didn't get hazmat, and there's a reason why I'm asking.
I had hazmat. I let them go because the hazmat have you going all the way around the city and stuff like that. You know, and I don't like going all the way around the city and stuff. I like to get the load, go where I need to go.
There you go. Brother, I just like to get my load and get where I'm going. Where are you in a hurry to get to?
Right.
You getting paid by the mile, are you not?
No, I'm getting paid percentage.
Oh, Lord. Well, no. Now, you know what I'm going to say to that. Now, you already know what I'm going to say to that one. You already know what I'm going to say to percentage because it really just depends on that. I mean, how much are you... When's the last time you drove per mile?
Give or take around about roughly probably 6 years ago.
How much were you getting?
6 years ago.
6 years ago. So you were 12 years in the game at that time. And how much were you getting per mile 6 years ago?
Give or take around about no more than around about $900 after Uncle Sam take his part.
No. How much were you getting paid per mile?
Oh, my bad. Forgive. Around about like 50 cents per mile, something like that.
Brother.
50 cents per mile.
12 years in the game and getting 50 cents a mile?
Exactly. That's how they play it.
No, it's not.
Well,
okay, I know this is going to be real inside baseball for a bunch of y'all out there, but for my truck drivers, y'all know I know the game. I got them in the family, friends, everything else. I almost was one. Brother, come on now. 12 years? I mean, it's dudes in their first
12 years.
Dudes in their first 12 to 24 months get 50 cents a mile. And even 6 years ago, the rates haven't really changed. After 12 years...
12 years,
no,
50 cents per mile. It depends on what company you're working for.
Okay, no. It depends. Okay, it depends on the driver and what he qualifies for.
That's true too. But
brother, let's stop. Okay, let's put the bull crap to the side. 12 years, you supposed to be getting $2 a mile.
Not. That's if you own or you're leasing your truck. See,
but
right
you
now,
said
brother, he said he owns it.
Now, if you're talking about leasing, right now, what I'm doing now, which is 6 years in the game, it's like maybe they might throw $1.49, or either then they'll throw probably $3 a mile, then they probably throw $2 a mile, something like that. At least that's what they say. So if that's what they say, then by being a percentage.
Okay, you said you own your truck, or at least you're trying to own your truck, and that's the perspective I'm speaking at it from. Because after 12 years, I mean, you know what I tell dudes, man. I don't tell y'all buy a truck and drive for somebody the rest of your life. If you've been driving a truck for 3 years, you've already shown that you're gonna get in the game. If you're gonna get in the game right. So after 12 years, you should not be making 50 cents a mile. You shouldn't be making $1 a mile.
No, that's when I was a company driver.
Okay,
I said a company driver. I thought I misunderstood when you said.
After 12 years in the industry,
right,
you should be making $2 a mile. And when I talk to somebody, at least $2. Let me go back to what I said originally. At least $2. When I talk to somebody who's been in the thing for over a decade, going on 2 decades, and they ain't making $2 a mile, I know where my truck driver is going to be all in the comment section, by the way. So just be looking for that. My truck driver is going to be in the comment section and be like, okay, well, you should be, because brother, come on, we're underperforming, man. I mean, you should be.
Hey,
what I'm saying
well,
is
see,
that
that's because I'm a lease operator now. If I was a company driver, I wouldn't be making $2. Go ahead.
No,
Explain.
that's not the problem. The problem isn't am I a lease operator or an owner operator. The problem isn't do I drive in Ohio or do I drive in Mississippi. The problem isn't do I drive for the company or drive for myself. The problem is you don't have a plan and you don't have standards. And it is exhibiting itself in your results, and the women are responding to those results. Even though the women cannot articulate he should be an owner operator, this, that, and the other. What I'm saying is how you do one thing is how you do everything. I'm telling you that the way you're doing things is being communicated to people, not just women, but people, verbally and non-verbally. I'm telling you.
Okay.
They can't tell the woman can't tell you whether you're an owner operator or not. She can't tell you the difference between the two. What she can tell is, I'm telling you, biologically, they can tell, is this guy the best I can do? And it starts with, is he doing the best he can do? And so I know with the situation that you got with that truck, I know what your personal finances are like now. I know what they're like after 8. It'd be different if you were telling me after 8 years. This is after 18. I know what your
because I ain't planning on owning it. I ain't finna own no truck. Let me explain something. I invested myself into private investigation. I invested myself into diesel mechanic, and now I'm investing myself into accounting. I ain't planning on living out here. The reason why I invest in diesel and private because I'm always out here looking and observing stuff, and I'll be driving a truck. But that ain't what I'm gonna do. Once I finish this truck driving, I'm done. I'm tired of the road because I done missed a whole lot of life. So I invest in now. I'm investing now. I'm investing in accounting. So that's what I'm planning on doing.
So you're telling me that after 18 years in the trucking business, you want to switch careers?
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to do. Not that's what I'm going to do.
Well, far be it from me to tell somebody what they should do with their lives in that regard. But I do want you to understand, by the way, that dovetails back with what I just said a few moments ago. I know what your personal finances are like, and I know what your personal situation is like. And just think about that for a few moments. Hey, honey, I'm 52 years old. I've been doing this for 18 years. I'd like to switch careers at 52.
Yeah, well, I put 20 years in it. Something different. It ain't like it used to be. That's all I can say.
Sir, nothing in life is like it used to be. We used to have horse-drawn carriages. Now we have internal combustion engines, soon to be electric ones, and a matter transporter probably showing up eventually. So no, nothing in life stays the way it is. But my real issue here is I want you to understand, think about that for a few moments because this is how we present things.
I already didn't thought about it. I didn't thought about it around about 5 times when you didn't say it. Honestly, I did. Stop playing. Go and get yourself together. Own the truck. Buy the truck. Whatever you do. Even if you want, I don't care if you want to go into another career. You've been in the game 18 years. Stop playing and get your business together. The business. I got it. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight.
Right?
Well, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Like I say, folks, how you do one thing is how you do all things. To the jackass in the chat room talking about nobody pays more than 50 cents a mile. Dude, just shut up. Nobody knows how stupid you are until you open your mouth and say it. Knock it off. Just be quiet. Yes, there are company drivers who make more than 50 or 60 cents a mile. They have it on the back of their trucks. Sir, just be quiet. The world is filled with Negroes who talk just to get attention. If you fight to get this kind of attention will just get you banned. You're not going to sit here in my chat room and say blatantly stupid misinformation. At least say something that's halfway correct. That's just stupid. Caller from area code 682. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes. Raheem calling in from
Raheem
where?
Holman. Texas.
Okay, Texas. Okay, thank you. Texas is a rather giant piece of geography. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I was calling her. Did you give her like advice on like any type of situations, like relationships or not? Not really.
Well, in some degree, did you have a question in regard to what we're speaking about tonight?
No, I'll call back on a different show then. But I do. But can I get a tidbit to? You talked to a diesel mechanic last week.
Yes, I did.
and I want to let him
Well-
know. I want to let him know he can brake because I've done it twice. I've broken 150 twice being a diesel technician.
Well,
So he
yeah,
can do it. It's a way.
absolutely, you can. The real thing is, though, I think he's kind of burnt out on it, which is understandable. And making that kind of money is really going to be geographic specific, to be totally honest. So, in your case, being in Fort Worth, you may have the ability to do that. The real thing is how many hours do you have to do and how much you have to put into it. Whereas going to the trucking side of it, he actually has the ability to do that, but then also scale up as well, which you can't do as a diesel mechanic. I mean, you can only get paid for the amount of work that you do. Whereas if he becomes a driver and everything, an owner operator, he can actually scale up, buy more vehicles, things like that. So as far as having a path to, upward mobility, that's really going to be a different option. So you're correct. Yeah, it can be done, but you would have to work a tremendous amount of hours for that. And in your case here, do you have your ASEs and all that? Because that's going to be the other thing. He didn't have his.
Yeah, I got 2 of them, but what I did is I focus on, like, nowadays the truck is a computer, so I focus on all the emissions and the after treatment and the ECMs and the sensors and the wire harness.
Okay,
they want to do a lot of people still want to do the mechanical.
Well, yeah, but that's the difference now. In your case, now what you're dealing with, so you actually have one that puts you in demand, is what it does. So
correct.
that's now that's a different one. Now we didn't and I try to keep things simple. Okay, as a guy, yes, I understand all of these things, but you have to understand we're dealing with a general audience, and you and me are older, so most of these folk have never worked on their own cars before.
I'm only 34.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Wow, that's not bad. You're really good to be at. I want to say young, but most of these people don't even work on their own cars like that. So can they tell you the difference between the electrical system versus the fuel system? Would they even understand what the difference actually is, and that there actually is a difference? So in your case, if you're able to do electrical on a big rig, because there's not really a lot of guys who specialize at that, especially having the specific training for it. If you're able to do electrical in particular on a big rig and you're good at it, you're able to do electrical and you're good at it, those two things together, then yeah, you could definitely command north of 100,000, depending on how much experience you have, of course, and where you are. But yeah, you could definitely do that. Now, 200,000 is going to be now doubling from 100,000 to 200,000 is where things will get very, very difficult. But in your case, yes, that could happen. That definitely could happen.
Yeah, so I was trying to double my. Go ahead.
No, I mean, you're correct. What you're saying, that definitely could happen.
Double it. I was trying to double it. So my plan is to buy some box trucks. I don't really want to get into the 10-wheelers. I mean, I'll work on them, but just DLT and the regulations with them is just insane for me. I'm not saying that's just me personally. Not giving advice about what but I think they give more lenience towards the box trucks. Running triangle freights. From
correct. Here
to Oklahoma, delivering GM parts. Hot shot.
Yeah, I mean,
so
right now there's lesser on it where that is concerned. I think that's going to stay that way simply because they're limited vehicles. But by the same token, I mean, you get what you pay for as well. I mean, if a rig is not really what you want, I mean, you understand how that goes. I mean, you get what you pay for. So there's a reason why we have 57-foot trailers. There's a reason we have them, and there's a reason why they're not going away.
Correct.
So it depends. I mean, I know a lot of guys who do run box trucks, and flatbed, and hot shot. We talked about that last week. So yes, that is an option for you as well.
Okay, appreciate it. I'll call on a different show. There's some family advice I needed.
Okay, well,
my dad passed away, so I ain't really got nobody to talk.
I'm sorry to hear that, but definitely, if you haven't joined my Patreon, you definitely want to see about doing that as well. I'm probably going to see about hosting one this week. So definitely that'd be a good opportunity for you to talk again.
Thanks for speaking with me.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get caller from area code 859. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jason. Good evening, man. This is Cordero Jackson, one of the Business Gold members. It's pronounced like Cordero. I contributed earlier.
Oh, yes, brother. I saw you there. What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, man. By the way, I'm calling from Nashville, Tennessee, and kind of pertinent to the topic, man. I think it's even in Nashville, man, it's unbelievable. Like you said, it's countrywide, even global. Especially, I just think it's interesting between your broadcast and then a lot of the recommendations you gave out. This has been, I think, back in February, you gave some recommendations on how women can level up or upgrade themselves by watching, I believe it was House of Cards and Game of Thrones, man. I think you're doing the most with these broadcasts, man. There's really no excuses, for women to not be upgraded, man. And so I just want to, give you your flowers in that regard, man. And my question really was kind of along the lines of, when you talk about women are visual, what do you think? And I called back a while back, and I was letting I had like a company car or whatever, and I was asking you what type of vehicle exudes your status and where you're at in life, but also, what's practical. Based on that, like what that last caller just said about, he gets out of the truck and women aren't checking for him, it sounds like. Is there anything in your mind that, that shows that could show status, as well as, obviously you want to have something that's, practical?
Okay. First of all, you. That is the first thing. Remember,
okay.
All these other things help, but if you are not well put together as an individual, then I can put you in a Lamborghini and an Armani suit. It's not going to help. So first and foremost, invest in you personally, because truth be told, even if you had to be naked, that's the basic building blocks. You just start there. All these other things are accessories that enhance what you already are. Take a look at these other things as enhancements. They're not camouflage. They're not replacements. They are enhancements for what you already are, or what you're supposed to be. So first and foremost, start there. Okay. Next, your bank account is really the most important thing for you to have. Why do I say this? When you are physically put together, you have physical confidence. When you are financially put together, you now have social confidence. We keep trying to put the pieces together separately and whatnot, or try to get one thing to compensate for others. No, get everything put together properly. Have it all put together. So once you have the physical confidence, now you've got financial. Once you have your financial picture together, that helps give you social confidence, because you don't feel like there's no person you don't feel like you can talk to when you know your money is straight, because there's no situation you're going to get into that you won't be ready for. And there's nothing that makes you feel more confident than to know there isn't anything financially that could happen today that I'm not ready for. I could literally walk into any restaurant or any hotel anywhere in America and I would not be turned away. Now that gives you confidence. Not when you think it, but when you know it. Now, you might not go, and I don't necessarily recommend you go, but knowing that you can, oh, brother, that gives you confidence. That gives you confidence, knowing that you're up to code. No matter where you get dropped off today, I'm up to code. I could literally have somebody take me out to somewhere and open up the car. It doesn't matter what city I'm in. I'll be back home before the sun sets. No matter where you leave me in America, I'll be back home before the sun sets. That's confidence. So just remember that the car is just an enhancement. Now, assuming that you and your finances are together, I'm a firm believer that you should have a vehicle that suits your personality. Now, that's a question I can't necessarily answer for somebody else, but I do recommend that you have a vehicle that suits your personality. I don't think you should be 6'4" and 280 pounds driving a Kia Rio. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think you should be 6'5" driving a Fiat 500. And you might love it in its gas mileage. All that says to other people is personality quirk. Now think about that for a few moments. Oh, well, that ain't right, and that's not fair. Nigga sound. Just understand that for a few moments. Just understand that for a few moments, and it might not sound like it should work that way. I should be able to drive whatever in the world I want to. Well, you have the right to drive whatever you want to, but understand we are going to make judgments based on it. Why? Because your car is an extension. You chose that thing, just like you chose your woman. Why did you choose that? Because the manufacturers of cars, that they build their cars. Their cars are built with personality in mind, with a certain type of driver in mind. There's a reason why there are minivans and there are SUVs. Women like minivans, men like SUVs. There's a reason. There's a person they have in mind. Pickup trucks, you already know that. There's a personality type that goes with it. That's why we have a wide array of vehicles. There are sports cars, there are SUVs, there are minivans, there are economy cars, there are pickup trucks, There are diesel pickup trucks,
Right.
heavy duty pickup trucks, small SUVs, crossovers. So it's not a one size fits all. So what I'm saying is your car should represent your personality, and you need to be aware that just like the clothes you wear, the car speaks for you. So, and there's never been a wider array of cars to buy. Now they've also never been more expensive than they are right now, but there's never been a wider array of cars to buy. But I mean, just like I say, it's not about necessarily, you know, other people. It's about what does it say about you. And you should eventually get to a point in your life where your vehicle is like your clothes. You have a vehicle that says something about you. Now, I'm not here to say what that should be. I am here to tell you that, by the way, Cadario, if you 6'4" and driving a Fiat 500, don't be surprised if girls, don't be surprised if females literally walk up and pat you on the head like their little brother.
Hell no, bro. Nah, and that's why I wanted to get the game directly from you, man. And I was looking at the you know, like a pickup truck and or you know, like a Porsche Cayenne SUV.
Slow down.
I'm like,
slow down.
You know, so trying to go. Oh, go ahead.
Brake pedal. What kind of pickup truck?
I was looking at the GMC Sierra, like certified.
Excellent, not bad. You want to get a certified, which means you're looking at a used one.
Yeah, because I mean, we talked a few times. I'm in medical in the sales industry, so I'm, you know, spending a decent amount of time in the car. But
okay, I'm going to.
Yeah, something.
Okay, how much researching into this have you done?
I'm sorry, say it again, sir.
How much researching into this have you done?
Quite a bit, and I think really, especially because, like I said, I'm driving a company vehicle. I'm going to be took on a new position, so I'm getting rid of the company vehicle. So I want to have something again that, you know, that's like you were mentioning earlier. I used to be a car dealer, so.
Oh yeah. I do want you to understand a few things though, and I'm very familiar with General Motors products. What year Sierra were you looking at? And there's a reason I'm asking.
Yeah, I was looked at actually one earlier. It was a 2017 and a 2019. I believe one was a Denali.
Yeah, if it's a certified, that would have to be something within the last 5 or 6 years, depending on if it's even going to carry a warranty on it. Let's just assume that it does, okay? Let's just assume, which would have to be one with an extended warranty, but let's just assume you can get one. Although GM does kind of try to back up their cars with a different one now that goes up to 132,000 miles or something like that for their used vehicles now. All right, perfectly fine. Let's just go ahead and say you can get one of those. GMC Sierra, extended cab, professional grade. You didn't say Denali, though. You just said Sierra.
Oh yes, sir. I looked at Denali, and then I think the 2019 one was the 2017 was the Denali. The 2019 was just the standard 1500.
Okay, well you need to make up your mind. 2/3 of the sales of GMCs are Denali trim level, so you need to keep that in mind. All right. With that being the case, I'm pretty sure you're probably going to be looking at that Denali. I'm just going to be honest. You're probably going to be looking at that, but I would recommend that you hold off on it, and I will explain to you why. If you're going to buy one of those, even the 2017, that tells me that we're looking at a price somewhere around $35,000. Depending on how many miles.
Right around 35.
Okay. 35.
Yeah, I mean, they're all like kind of high miles.
Right. There's a reason why I would recommend that you hold off on that, because you're probably going to buy one and take on how long a note you're probably looking at there, 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, I was looking at possibly 3 to 4. I mean, you know, whichever.
3 wouldn't hold you very long there. However, if you are looking at the GMC Sierra, for those of you who are not aware, we do believe that GM is getting ready to do a refresh on the Silverados and the Sierras. They got a lot of complaints from customers about when they did the updates on the trucks. They were all new, but the interiors tended to be rather bland. And in comparison to Ford and particularly the Dodge Ram really stepped their game up. So GM got a tremendous amount of complaints, and as I understand it, they are supposed to be doing an update on the interior of the Silverados and the GMCs. Now, the pandemic has kind of played havoc with it, so they were talking about doing one for next year. Not sure how that will go. My point is, if you're going to stretch yourself out for 3 years, and if they bring out a new one that's killing the game, I don't know how you'll feel about that. It just depends. Now, I'm not saying that you should necessarily make a different decision, because these will be new vehicles. These won't be old, but it just depends on your situation for it. If you're going to go that route, my real thing about it, though, is like, it depends on what you're using the vehicle for. Because if you want one that has a nice exterior, but other people won't be in it, save money. If you want one that has, if other people are going to be in this vehicle, then I would want the vehicle to be a bit more presentable on the inside as well, not just the exterior. So which one are you going to be doing? Is this strictly for people to see the exterior, or is this going to be a vehicle that might be hosting people on the inside of it?
Yes, sir. I would say both. Primarily because it would be my primary vehicle, versus it's not going to be like I mentioned earlier, it's not a company vehicle of any sort. So it's going to be my primary means of transportation. It's not like there's a difference between the primary means of transportation and the means of transportation that hosts other people, because that's presentation we're talking about. Right.
So is this thing going to be presented to other people, or is this going to be just for transportation?
It's going to be for both.
Okay. I would recommend to you that you have something that is presentable then. So I would get the best trim level that I could. I would get the vehicle in the best shape it is in with the best trim level that I could. And if you haven't looked at, King's Ranch or whatever, you might want to take a look at those as well. The Sierra is a perfectly fine vehicle. Nothing wrong with it at all. The 2017, 18, 19 model years were fine. Not a problem at all. Very nice looking vehicle. Very imposing. I think it's not a bad truck at all. Definitely better than the Silverado. Just keep that in mind. If it's me and it's going to be people getting inside of it, there's a reason why Denali is its own trim level.
Right.
Now, and
I noticed that.
Another thing I would make sure as well, make sure you check features and stuff. So don't just grab the first thing. It might be worth it to make sure you have all the features that you can. If you're going to be paying over $30,000 for it and stuff, even used, just make sure you've done as much shopping around Auto Trader or whatever to get the maximum number of features you can for that price. So just make sure you've shopped around. Don't just jump at the first thing. And I wouldn't be afraid to go somewhere else also. But my short answer, I know I've gone a little bit long. We're a little bit off here tonight, but my short answer to you
sorry about that.
Well, no, that's perfect. My short answer to you, though, would be make sure it is presentable. If it's me, I'm looking at that Denali trim level. If I'm getting a GMC, it seems like you're not really big on trying to get something else instead. I don't know. If you haven't cross-shopped, you might want to. I'm a firm believer that if you're going to make a purchase that large, make sure you've covered all your bases. So don't just get it in your mind, GM and GM only. I would cover all my bases, but if you're obviously you're trying to go for a used one as opposed to a new one, which will run you anywhere from $50,000 to $75,000, depending on what you're looking at. So I understand that's
90 seconds.
That's a big gap to have to fill, between 35 and 55,000. That's not a little gap. That's a big one. That's a huge one. And, certainly if you're going to be on the hook for that, because at that point now you'd have to take out a 5-year note. So do you want to be married to it that long? I don't know how much that truck will be worth at the end of 3 years. It won't be worth nothing, but I just don't know how much it will be worth. But understand that as well. Because if you want to trade it in for a new one, you need to make sure that you're taking all this into account about presumably how much will it be worth when you get done. All that having been said, if it's me, I'm looking at the Denali trim level, if it's me.
Yeah. And that's what I was looking at between that one and the Porsche Cayenne SUV. And so I'm like,
now that's a big ass difference in vehicles. Okay, brother. Now understand that's not an eclectic difference. That's a big ass difference in vehicles, by the way. That's a big difference in vehicles.
Yeah.
So a Cayenne and a Sierra, brother, this is night and day. So I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. But what I will say is, I'm just saying, I mean, if you're going to get a Porsche Cayenne, and that's a perfectly fine vehicle as well, just be ready to be married to it. But you don't have to worry about changes as much as you do with GM, as far as the newer ones. So, I mean, it's up to you which one you would want to get in that regard. Just make sure that,
10 seconds.
There's a big difference from a pickup truck and a SUV, even a mid-size SUV. There's a big difference between those. So you need to make sure whatever it is that makes you think that a Cayenne is acceptable, you need to start asking yourself, do I need a big open bed pickup truck then? How is a pickup truck compatible with that SUV?
Right, it was, and it was more so basically a homeowner, in case there's like anything I need to do with the house and whatnot, it'd be easier to just throw it in there. But
Okay.
I mean, right now, I mean, it's kind of just, like I said, again, it's practical, in terms of if I need to do certain things around or, work-related stuff.
If I'm a pharmaceutical rep attempting to improve my image, I'm getting the Porsche. If I am a young man with no kids and I'm more concerned about a vehicle that has versatility, I'm getting the pickup truck. Now, all I really want to know is how much longer do you plan on working for these people?
You said how long?
How much longer?
So I mean, at least 3 to 5 years.
Okay.
Because that's the thing from an income standpoint. I mean, the trajectory. I mean, I'm walking into about 245.
Okay. Truthfully speaking, then, I mean, considering your job duties don't require you to pick up a lot of big, heavy stuff, as far as your job is concerned, the Porsche is probably going to be more presentable. As far as your personal life, the truck is probably going to be better to have for that. So I'm just going to be honest with you. If you're looking for something that enhances your professional credentials, the Porsche is probably going to do that. Although it depends. How tall are you?
5'9".
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it could go either which way in that regard then. So it's not like you'd be this big guy stepping out of a pickup truck. So for your professional credentials, to be totally honest with you, the Porsche is probably more presentable. If that's your primary concern. If you're looking for something that enhances your professional credentials, I'm looking at the Porsche. If you're looking for something that has utility, the pickup truck can do.
Right.
But that's
man, I appreciate you, brother. And like I said, I mean, you and the moderators and D-Tub, and I appreciate you guys, man. And I'm happy to, constantly contribute on every broadcast, man. It's, like you say, you got to put your money where your mouth is. So
right. Well, and here's the other thing.
Life changing, bro.
Here's the other thing. Don't fret over those two things very much either, because if worse comes to worse, you can always trade it in. If worse comes to worse, you're not marrying the vehicles. I mean, if worse comes to worse, and if you have it for a year and it's just like, okay, this Porsche is nice, but I wish I got in the pickup truck, you've got options to get out of it.
Right. So, especially what you taught us earlier about making sure we have 20% down, so we're not in,
Right. So just understand, give yourself the ability to have options. So in case you do change your mind in a year or so, you can get out of it if you need to. So just give yourself that option. Right. But just think of it in those regards. So it's not something you have to stay married to. And it's only 2 or 3 years. So it's not like you're marrying it. I mean, and not having a pickup truck hasn't changed your life all this time. Even if you did it, it's not going to change your life in the next 3 years. It really isn't. You're not going to be doing that much hauling. Take it from somebody who has a pickup truck. You ain't going to be doing that much hauling in the world.
Exactly. Well, man, I appreciate you. Sorry to go off a little bit off topic, man. I appreciate you, everything you do, the moderators and, your whole platform, man. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you for giving us a call tonight here. Like I say, I help with life choices along the way here. I'm going to take one more phone call. We've been at this for 4 hours. Good God. I should have all of y'all paying me for this here. Let me get call to Miracle 352. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, caller from 352 has been abducted. It's perfectly fine there. It's late for him there. And good enough time for us to go ahead and wrap things up here while we are at it. Look here, ladies, most of you will never be upgraded. I'm not here to be fatalistic about it. I'm here to be realistic about it. And the reason that you won't be upgraded is because you have not been properly coached and mentored. Too mouthy, this, that, and the other. Listening to tonight's program will give you a very good primer about how to fix that. After that, you have to decide, do you want to get mobbed up? Are you ready to become an intern? Are you ready to start making associations? Are you ready to go ahead and make sure you make it clear to them, look here, I'm here to do whatever you need to get done. Here we go. Those are choices you have to make for yourself. Or don't. You have that as an option as well. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to tonight's program on Cash App or PayPal or Super Chat. Thank you to all of you. I appreciate you for appreciating what we do right here. Like I say, I'm trying to leave the wood pile a little bit higher than I found it. So I want to thank all of you for showing your appreciation for it. And I definitely appreciate you as well. Probably going to see about doing a patron here later this week so we can go ahead and get off in depth about it. Still working on our skilled trades workshop. That's going to be coming here too. So be watching out for that as well. And if you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that laid the foundation upon which all of your red pill, MGTOW, high value posers and alpha male wannabes have ripped, stolen, and ripped off everything that they're going to be messing up next week and trying to re-encapsulate it. This is the place where you're going to hear it here first. Now, YouTube does have us under a shadow ban because, of course, the real thing scares them. So make sure you share the program, share the program, share the program. We are the best there is at what we do, so be watching out for that. And if you haven't clicked that red subscribe button, do so now. Click that yellow notification bell. And as I said here before, if you have not checked out our Patreon, the link is in the description. Solid game going down over there. I get to talk to people more in-depth, one-on-one. You certainly want to be a part of that, so check that out. Yes, this program is going to remain up on YouTube. This is patron level content, but I need to go ahead and put this out there so you all can understand what it is you've been getting wrong about it, and we go in depth about it. Well, folks, look, you did it again. Black Voltron, I see you, brother. Folks, we done messed around and did it again. We've been here for over 4 hours. I want to send a shout out to all of my night shift workers, warehouse workers, night shift nurses, self-employed people. We done got you halfway through your shift, either live or recorded. So definitely want to thank you for going ahead and sticking with us here as we go ahead and do what we're doing. Hardest working man on the internet here, but it's my pleasure to do it for you here. So be checking it out. We're going to be doing this here again real soon. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.